Happy Monday. You found your way to TCH Live, coming at you from Texas Card House in Austin, Texas. I'm William Lottie, a.k.a. the New York Knit, with you this evening.
You want to scoot down a little bit so you have space? Like, pull those
Going to
chairs
play
out.
some 2, 5, 10 Millimet Hold'em. First, as usual, $10 kilo bomb pot. 4 cards, 2 boards, the right way to do it. We got a fun lineup tonight.
Yeah, you're on 7.
We got Optimized, we got Prestige, we got some other familiar faces. Hello to all of you in the chat. See Rena, Frank Scobone, Ted in there, Poker Monkey
He's been around. He's been at the lodge.
from somewhere out in the ocean. Texas Card House Poker Cruise happening.
He's been playing 5-6 quarter earlier.
Here I am on dry land holding down the fort. KJ's got the cards pitched out.
1 and 4. Now 4. Now
I
we're
didn't watch it, but maybe.
Get those cards scanned, and then we're going to get those 2 flops out there.
okay. We're good.
King, Queen, Jack, couple of diamonds, and Ace, King, 10, couple of hearts. There's some scoopability on this board. See if anyone's got a scoopable hands.
4 check.
Mike doesn't have much. Rick doesn't have much. Kevin doesn't have much. Aaron's got the ace, the king, the diamonds. And Jack, he's got a lot going on. 2 very brick turns, a deuce and a 3. Aaron with gobs and gobs of equity on both sides. Is going to pot it. This should end the hands. Unless Rick decides he's not done yet. He has bottom 2 pair on the top board. And he's got a bad heart draw. Aaron's is better. He does call. A 5 and a 7 of hearts. Aaron gonna scoop.
5 bet 2 10.
Has the nut hearts on the bottom. Does go full pot here. Going for the gusto.
Showdown.
2 pair nuts.
Calls.
Got,
King Jack over.
And King Jack
all right, so I got
gonna be good on
2
top.
pairs on the top. King
Nut
Jack
heart's
on
gonna
the
be
bottom.
good on the bottom.
Nut flush.
King Jack flush. Do it.
Rick with just jacks and deuces on top, and then on the bottom, bad hearts. And gonna get scooped there.
Votes 10. Votes 10. 10. Mandatory 10.
Yeah.
Gonna go 2 5 10.
Table discussing that they are, in fact, putting the 10 on the entire night. 2, 5, 10. 3 blinds are more than 2, and they're probably better than 2 for action.
Do y'all want to do bomb pots every orbit? They do not want to do that.
Every half hour?
Yeah, half hour.
Every half hour.
Half hour.
You heard it there. Bomb pots every half
So
hour.
you'll participate every 2 bomb pots.
Prestige saying that he's good for every other bomb pot. That's fair. That's fair. You're not mandated to take part in bomb pots.
Yeah. Five, 6.
I was like always folding them. I was about to put them on top of you.
He's good for action anyway.
7 raising 35.
And
4 hearts in the month.
he's going to raise right away. Going to go to $35. Kevin with queens. Unfortunate timing for Prestige.
Yeah.
Raise.
I think it was a 3 of us. Yeah, he was.
Also, did Optimize really fold ace queen suited? I don't think he's that tight. Probably a misread there.
One drive.
Prestige gonna fold to that 3-bet. And a good thing too, he was a mile behind that overpair.
That's the only highlight I really would have gotten last week.
Rena had spaghetti. I hope that spaghetti was
Coming in?
good.
Get you in next time. 8 or 9, whichever one you want.
I'm not a huge pasta guy myself.
Okay. Not 8. All right, so sorry, 6 fold, 7 call.
Prestige
Fold, 2 raised to 50.
limping in with an ace.
3 fold.
Gets raised by Mike. Holding the Jack-10 offsuit. On the lighter side, I think the move here is probably he's seeing Prestige as a more active player. And that raise is for isolation more than anything. Look at that, top 2 pair. Maybe that's why he raised. He knew he was going to smash this flop. But he probably popped it up to 50 with the hopes of getting it heads up with Prestige.
What's your name?
Who flopped
Aaron.
nothing on that board.
What you coming with? Coming to you or coming in? 1800.
I believe Prestige just put the 25 on.
Aaron, go to stream. I'm sorry. You want Aaron to be your name on the stream?
It said on my thing, it says A plus.
A plus.
Oh, yeah, that's a lot.
We're good. We got a double straddle for 25. Double straddle for 25.
Seed 8 plus joining us.
1 fold. 2 fold. 3 fold. 4 fold. 5 fold.
Blind versus blind here. Iceman waking up with ace jack. Gonna raise it up
Call.
to 75. Prestige with an ace. Very defensible from the straddle, but he is dominated. Does flop a gut shot on this 5-5-4 board. Iceman checks over. Now it's Prestige going to 75. Iceman going nowhere yet.
Check right there.
King of Diamonds turn, not improving him. In fact, giving Prestige a bunch of chop equity. Prestige bombing it here, 225.
Oh, wow, are you on that?
No, 250. Almost full pot.
Yeah, I know, I've heard it.
Iceman gonna call. I think he knows he's dealing with an aggressive player. I think that's a blind check. 9 on the river means Iceman's jack will play. Prestige putting him to the test, $500. Iceman not holding a pair here. What will he do?
Really? Because of your hat?
Can we change that to your name on the screen? Do I have your permission?
He needs some kind of break. I
Can
don't
I
know
do
what
it? Can I put you as Hinge?
Look at that. Look.
Hinge Plus? Hinge Prime?
Hinge Premium.
You hit a 5 on me right out of the get-go already?
I'll show you the call.
What's that?
I'll show if you call.
Call. Showdown.
Inside.
It's Jack High. It's Jack High.
Iceman finding the call button. Holding second nut. Excuse me, holding second nut, no pair.
All right, one try.
Iceman will make the correct choice.
Iceman's been a little flashy. It's good. Splish flash. Alright, that's why after last time I was like, fuck it. He
Beat 7 and C.
he's an Iceman, so I wore the same thing and I was like, we're going for it one time.
All right, cool. It's good.
I put a poll on my Instagram
yeah.
as a joke and then it was like 55% voted Iceman, so I said, alright, I'm doing it one time. Oh yeah, you did a poll.
One raise for 40.
That's how you
fold.
Optimize the 29 suited,
What
making
your
it
friends and
40.
family want you to go by.
4 fold.
Yeah.
5 fold.
Yeah, because then they can't give you crap. Because
Yeah, they told you. That's what they do.
the whole process.
Over to Prestige. in the third blinds with the 7-6.
Oh, five more.
Gonna take a flop. The unimpressive ace-ace-10 will favor Optimize's range.
Check, check.
He will check back though.
Check.
They both turn a straight draw here on this 8 of diamonds. Check, check. And they'll both break it with the 4 of spades.
Showdown.
Optimize not putting any more money in the pot. Queen high gonna do the job.
600 bucks.
I know, right? All right.
What is?
What they pay?
What are the odds of me hitting it?
Wasn't it pretty
spades
big
in a
like
row.
a week ago or something?
Yeah, like a few days ago, it was on when it was nines, it was 2,200.
2200. Who hit it?
I don't know.
Ton of luck box.
Not my grandpa?
Not your grandpa.
Yeah, so all March, TCH Austin has had a quads of the day promotion going on. So you have a jackpot that would grow by $200 every day. The quads of the day will not hit.
Trying to get
And a few days ago, they hit for $2,200. Nines were the quads that day. The quads today are.
I'm gonna get you a scan for
Let me look this up.
Yeah, it went away. Oh, 6-2, yeah, he folded it. So 1 and 2 fold, 3 race 35, 4 fold. Top, top.
Aces. Yes, quad aces are the quads of the day. Not sure the size of that jackpot.
Change coming. Heads up.
If it hasn't hit since the nines, it would be 1,000. Speaking of nines, how about a set of nines for Rick? Slightly coordinated board here. He's gonna go for the $35. Aaron with nothing to speak of. Gonna let it go.
You can tell me this is like a mandatory straddle, or is that just a mandatory 10?
It's a mandatory 10. So like the game is 2 pots, not
And
3.
top set is certainly a hand where you could consider checking there just because it is unlikely
The action goes back
that you can get paid since you're
Yeah, so
blocking
like you would have
a lot of good
plans.
hands. You're blocking top pair. Like you would love Aaron to turn a king and have top pair, and now he's going to pay you some money.
He's playing when he sat down.
It's very logical.
Realistic poker chatbot. Are you in fact a bot or are you a human?
Yeah, that's one of the
Something
best
tells
part
me
about
you're a human.
That was the best part about the old ones.
Are there kicker problems?
excessive. Started getting sick.
3 calls. There's a thin layer of COVID on the top.
Yeah. That's how everyone got their vaccines. Yeah.
It's, nobody at Card House got got COVID.
Alright, you got it.
Okay, cool.
We got massively multi-way action. For some reason, Optimize limped the 7 deuce, so the scanner claims. 4 ways to a flop. Look at that. We got 2 players with heart draws here. A plus and Mike B. Mike B also with the high end of the gut shot. Rick with some straight possibilities. And now some flush possibilities of his own. The 6 of clubs turn. Also giving Kevin an open ender. Mike B with the straight. Not the nut straight. And A plus going to bet into him. $65. Mike going to call, thinking he's got backup to go with this straight. Rick's sitting here with a combo draw of his own. What does he do? He raises.
185.
185 is the number. 7-5 going to rightfully get out of the way. A plus on a call with his king high heart draw.
Mel, what do you think about getting Richard on the stream?
Back to Mike. He's got the bottom end of the straight. His straight could be dead. He could be up against
We can put him
10-9.
as hot mess on the.
He does have the hearts. Also, not a nut draw. Like, you have to tread pretty carefully here. And he does slide out a pile of black $100 chips, 8 of them, in fact.
What I'm wondering is
$800. Rick's sitting here with maybe too many outs. Or maybe not. He could be up against a better draw.
and then it's going to kick down. It's like,
Like, none of these players are going to feel super great about their spots.
I don't know. I feel like this is all he has, and if he's not able to play anywhere, he's gonna be gone.
oh, yeah.
All in.
And Rick going to play for all of it.
All in.
Small raise to $1,000.
Brush on last string.
Back over to A+. Effective stack is 1,600,
All in players.
since he and Mike both have some money behind. Sitting here with a 9-nut draw, you see a raise and a 3-bet. He's going to let it go. Mike going to call. His straight is good at the moment. He is fading a club. He is fading a 10. Ace of clubs. Rick rivers the flush on the first board. Mike holds on the second board with the 4.
So I got clubs and then a straight on the bottom.
Chop it up. That didn't take long. Not even 10 hands, and we've got a pot of nearly $2,500. Getting chopped up here.
Appreciate it. What is it?
Told you about the quads of the day already. Also going on at every TCH location is the Bad Beat Buzzer Beater. Bad Beat Jackpot currently quad queens beaten by a straight flush or better. No, quad queens no.
Oh, what is it?
Quad tens actually beaten by a straight flush or better. My mistake.
Raise to 25. 4, 4,
Now get you a share of $32,000. Must play both whole cards. Complete rules at TexasCardHouse.com
8 call.
on that and all the promotions.
2 call.
We're going to have some more four-way action here.
Don't get any more action.
Mike, Rick, Prestige, and A+, 3 of them suited.
Appreciate that.
Not quite as spicy this time on this
Check.
A6-5. Nobody with an ace. Mike with a gutter. Jack of spades giving A+ in Prestige. Both top pair.
Fold.
60 from A+.
3 call.
We're going to get out of there. Prestige. Top pair.
Heads up.
Gonna call. Rivers another ace. Does bring in the backdoor spades.
Bet 155.
A+'s kicker is playing here. Aces and kings. Or aces and jacks with a king, rather.
Fold.
Prestige gonna let it go. River may have saved him a few dollars there.
I always think you have like $20,000 behind you whenever I see these things.
Meant to be intimidation, that's all.
Seeing early look at the winners. Iceman, the big winner so far, having correctly called with ace high in that blind versus blind spot at the expensive Prestige, but it's a long way to go.
Thank you. See? Hey. Pretty good. 4 fold, 5 fold, 6 fold. 7 fold, 8 fold.
be in the big blinds with the 5-3 suited. Shout out to Jamin Burton, blogger and advocate for that hand. We go heads up. Looks like the 5-3 is going to miss this time on this Jack-Jack-8 flop, which will give Rick's Ace-8 the far superior holding. 5-3 drawing essentially dead here. Rick calling Mike's flop bet. See if Mike fires again on the turn. No, he's shutting it down. Check, check. 4 of clubs, double paired board. Rick with a 3 pair that's actually a winner. Mike is going to stab at this.
Call, showdown.
Quickly called. Mike playing the board. Rick didn't even need the 8. The ace would do just fine.
I'm gonna have a straddle for 20. Live 20.
I've seen lots of pictures from the TCH poker cruise getting posted on social media. If you're watching from that boat, hope you're having a good time.
I'm sorry?
Do you think they have a TCH live watch party?
6 fold, 7 fold.
Is that a straddle?
Yes. Call. 1 fold. 2 fold.
Looks like the 20's on.
4 call. Bluff, check.
And we get a limp pot 4 ways. Set of 4s for Kevin.
Check. 4 check. 5
A couple
check.
of players holding a 3 here. We check through.
Bet 30.
10 of clubs won't do a lot as far as putting up draws of interest. Rick is going to fire $30 in here. Kevin,
Call.
holding the set, not having to worry about a lot, is going to call.
Take fold.
Clears everyone else out. See if Rick is going to fire the river. 8 of diamonds brings in the front door diamonds. Rick's going to try and represent that. 85 bet. I don't imagine a set will be folding here. Perfectly fine bluff catcher, and he does just that.
Set of 4s.
Kevin's going to take that one down.
Play it safe. That's good. Just play it safe. You don't want to value on yourself, you know? I don't know what they did.
And Joel, good to see you in the chat. We've also got the weekly Monday tournament kicking off pretty shortly here in Austin, kicking off at the top of the hour. It's a $100 buy-in. It is now a round of each tournament. Rounds of Hold'em, rounds of PLO. 2,000 guaranteed in the prize pool, 1,000 guaranteed up top. That sounds like fun.
1 fold, 2 fold. Raise to 40. 4 fold. 5 call. 8 call.
Here we go, 3 ways. A plus with the mother of all draws here. The open-ended straight flush draw. Aaron with top 2. Rick with overs and a gut shot and the pre-flop betting lead.
Raise.
Going to make it 40. Aaron going to make it 175 right away. A plus just going to flat. Rick gets out of there, heads up to the turn. Deuce of hearts, A plus gets there with the queen high hearts. Aaron immediately regretting that flop raise. Yeah, flop raise. He's going to check it over. Started to question myself there. He raised flop. And so, okay, the graphics didn't quite catch it. It was a bet of 330 from A plus. Did get the fold from Aaron's 2-pair. The graphics hadn't caught the check. It didn't look like. We all saw it though. Apologies for that. Does happen sometimes. And 2-pair does not feel good when the obvious draw gets there. I imagine a set continues there. 10 outs to the river is way more than just 4. A plus with another suited queen, gonna limp this. See if we can go back to back. Suited ace for Aaron.
Raise to 105.
Raising it up. Iceman with the suited ace, a better one. Makes it 105. Prestige! King 10 suited. He's going to call. And this will bring A plus along. So 4 players with suited hands. 3 of them are 2 to a royal. King 10-5, somehow the suit that we get on the board is the one that nobody has. Nobody with a club. King 10-5 will give Prestige top 2 and the best hands. The other 10s accounted for between Iceman and A+. Prestige making it 200. Folds over to Iceman with the middle pair and the back doors. And an aggressive opponent who he's already picked off once tonight. This time he's got it though. Looking at what Prestige has. 565 behinds per our graphics, so a call from Iceman would put stack to pot a little under 2/3, which would suggest the rest of it is going to head for the middle if this hand continues. He does make the fold. It is a tough fold. Middle pair usually a pretty easy fold in the 4-way pot, but not when you're dealing with somebody who you've already caught with his hand in the cookie jar once in a big spot. I certainly don't blame Prestige for essentially shutting it down there with the big bet on the top 2. You do have the flush draw out there, and certainly Queen Jack's a possibility. There's a lot of turns you're not going to like.
8 fold, 1 fold, 2 fold.
Not going to like the club, not going to like any Broadway card, or a 9, or a Broadway card that you don't have. I'm sure you all know what I meant there.
6 call, 7 check. Got 3 players.
3 limpers. This time it's Rick with bottom 2 pair.
Bet 35.
But once again, it's Prestige firing into this pot. $35, full pot. Rick can't believe his luck. Holding 2 pair. Just calls. giving his opponent every chance to bluff later streets. Ace of clubs is going to slow him down here. Now it's Rick going for the value.
Bet 40.
$45 worth.
Can't leave, man. You break the table.
No value to be had, though.
What time is it? Hey, bomb pot.
On pot.
And it is time for the bomb pot. Be doing those every half hour this evening.
Wi-Fi connection lost, it says. Oh, shit. Oh, I can't see anything. Oh, it's back. 5, 7, and 8.
I think the monitor briefly disappeared there is what he's talking about.
Done all 4 at the same time.
So there's a TV on a card behind seats 3 and 4, which
All
will
right, we good.
tell us whose cards have been scanned by the system, and we want to get everyone scanned before we go further with the hands. 9-3 deuce, ace 10 6, couple of clubs there. Iceman with nut clubs on the bottom.
8 check, 1 check, 2 check.
Aces and 10s were optimized on the bottom. 3s and deuces for him on the top.
Check, 4 check.
Potentially interesting hands. Another ace 10 for Rick. The deuce is going to fill him up.
Bet 50.
The bottom is the boats. Deuces full of threes. Prestige is the one betting $50. Prestige holding
Oh, fold. No
a
call.
9.
1 call. 2 fold.
Optimized calling. He's got the deuces full of threes. 3 pair on the bottom. Not so much fun. Heads up though. Prestige needs some help. Is not going to find it.
Check.
Checks over to optimize.
75.
Goes $75. Third 6 means that you would need a pair to have a full house. Prestige going to fold there. Poker Monkey reporting in. Why can't I talk tonight? Poker Monkey reporting in, playing what a 1-3 with our friends AA Ron, Aaron McAvoy, who you often hear on this channel, and played some 1-2, sitting out on the boat. Hope you ran good today, Poker Monkey.
7. Yeah. Seat 2 folded. One, 2 fold, 3 call.
I spent my weekend down at the racetrack.
Roberts is 50.
NASCAR was down here in Austin, down in Circuit of the Americas. Ace King on Ace King action here. Aaron making it 50. A plus will probably make it more. Ace at 150. Whatever Rick had, not good enough. Aaron gonna flat here. Queen 10-10 gives both players a gut shot. A plus with the backdoor spades. A plus checking this flop. See if Aaron decides to jump on this. He does not. He checks. Ace of clubs gives them both improvement here. Aces and tens with a king for both players.
Bet 260.
260 from A plus. Aaron probably just flatting here. He does just that. To the river we go. 8 of spades does bring in the backdoor spades. A plus blocking the nut spades. Most likely spade holding in a 3-bet pot. Goes 265, gets snapped, and they're going to chop this one up. Zach Carroll with the $1.99 super chat. Get him Aaron P. Who's Aaron P? Is that seat 8? On the jackpot, I think it's hands. Twice of the day, I think it's 8 pieces. And Stu, we do these bomb pots every half an hour. Saw a bomb pot a couple of hands ago. As fun as PLO shows are, that's not what we're doing tonight. We're playing 2, 5, 10 Hold'em with some $10 bomb pots. Ace Jack going for the limp. 50 from Aaron. Somehow the better club holding as Prestige calls. We're gonna just call.
7 check.
King, King, 8 is gonna miss everyone, except Aaron, who has a pair of 8s.
Bet 65.
It's a 65 with Bluff to just end it now. We're gonna call the ace high. Aaron now with 3 pair, kings and 8s and 6s. The good news is the 6 didn't improve his opponent probably. Aaron going 200 here. See if Rick wants to call with the high card again, or if he wants to maybe go for a bluff here. He's cut out about 500 in chips. Gets the snap fold. $500 raise, getting it done.
No worries.
So Rick's aggression getting the job done here. You see Rick moving into the winning column.
About 30 minutes, everybody.
You don't want to see me drunk. I guess lies.
Bro, it was really fun. 3 call, 4 fold, 5 fold.
Start playing 7 deuce.
I play better.
6 raised to 40.
Rick with the limp. Iceman making it 40.
7 fold, 8 fold. 4 fold. Yes, sir.
Mike with ace queen. May
Raised
go more than
160.
40. Goes for 160.
You're like 2,000 deep, right?
Rick exits. Iceman wanting to determine what sort of implied odds he's looking at, how much money's behind. Decides he has good enough odds to try and hit a set, and I would agree with that. Generally want 10 to 1. And instead he gets ace, king, jack, all hearts. He has a 4-high heart draw. And that's it. Mike checks his top pair. Plus cut shot. Check, check. Don't have the turn yet.
They had a guy from Austin hit that like 3 years ago. Check. Want to
Ooh, the 4 of diamonds. Iceman has turned a set. Goes from being done with the hand to like, wait a second. Mike B, still with top pair and a gut shot. Check back may embolden him to go for some value here. Unfortunately, it's street too late. Checks it over to Iceman. It goes for 250. Mike B, I think, going into bluff catch mode. Calling there. 3 of diamonds. Will not improve either player.
check.
Mike's going to check it over. See what Iceman decides to do here.
Call.
Goes 525, gets called.
Yeah,
Going to turn
bet
that
flop.
set over.
Just makes perfect sense, doesn't it? Adding 1,000.
Okay.
I like that size.
Buttons right. C2
You're-
is adding 1,000.
You're repping a monster or nothing. You're polarizing, and
This is how we turn it.
the fact that you saw Mike check flop and turn would seem to suggest that you're not up against a flush. Not that there are many that make sense. Like, how many flop flushes do you have on that board in a 3-bet pot? Not that many. The D prime is wondering why not just 510? That's a good enough question. I'm actually gonna put it on the screen there.
Raise to 40. 2 fold.
Why not just 510? So the reason is because Texas. So something you'll find very quickly in Texas poker is that the games tend to play a lot bigger than the stakes suggest. So this game was scheduled as a 2-5, and we put the 10 on. The players agreed to put the 10 on every hand, so 2-5-10. 2-5 would be capped at $1,000 initially, then it would become match the stack after the first hand. And this game escalates to where it will play bigger than a 5-10 in a lot of other parts of the country. If we were playing 5-10, the buy-in would be something more like $2,000 and uncapped. And it would play considerably bigger than a 5-10 anywhere else in the country. Probably bigger than a fair amount of 1025s. As we see Optimize with the $150 turn bet, having picked up a gut shot. Rick with top pair though, making the call. 8 of spades is going to be a brick. We'll see if Optimize goes for the third barrel or not.
Check.
Optimize going to just check it and give up. We're going to turn over the top pair. Jersey Boy, apologies if we are making any errors this evening. Are there specific graphic errors of concern?
Right.
You do sometimes get misreads that happen.
5 fold, 6
And
fold,
yeah, sometimes you have misclicks on the production side, and
raise to 40.
it happens sometimes, and we apologize. Prestige entering the pot with my favorite hand that's not actually a good hand, the 7-5 of clubs.
Call.
A plus tried to isolate to the tune of $40, and that is not going to work at this table.
Call.
We're going to get the avalanche of calls. Kevin with some sixes.
And call.
Rick with ace jack. Prestige completing the $40. And we go 4 ways. Ace 9-4 with some clubs. Rick's got top pair. Prestige has a club draw.
And 4 checks.
Everyone checks. 8 of clubs on the turn. Prestige has turned himself the 7-5 flush with some backup.
85.
The 6 of clubs is accounted for, so we won't actually be seeing the straight flush. Rick's $85 bet gonna get called. Heads up to the river. Another ace. Rick has river trips. Prestige's flush is going to be the winner if we get to showdown, though.
Bet 175.
175 from Rick. The only question is call or raise. I kind of like a raise here. I could see trips paying him here.
Showdown.
He is going to call.
Ace. Flush.
5 clubs will be 3 aces. Prestige going to be stacking some chips with that flush.
No respect, no respect. My image paid me off. Just a little bit. Right off the line.
And that's 7-5 of clubs. That's not a bad hand.
You didn't think I might have quaddies?
Well, it's going to be hard for him to think, man. Unless he has something in his cards. That is true. Also true. Some people don't look at their cards. Fold. 7 call. 8 call. Raise 65. 2 fold. 3 fold. 4 fold.
Optimize attempting to punish the limpers with his ace-9 off.
Call.
Prestige has 2 cards of the same suit. He will be undeterred. We'll go heads up to a flop. Ace right in the window. Optimize with top pair.
Check. Check.
Prestige with just some back doors as we go check, check. Turn is going to pair the 10. Prestige will bet this. $50. Optimize with the quick call. Queen on the river. Optimize his kicker not playing anymore. Prestige checking, presumably shutting down here. Optimize going for $200 worth of value. Prestige not going to call with king high. Petrol, I'm not quite sure what that question was supposed to mean. How's the stream going on our router? Well, I mean, if the stream is reaching the internet, it's going well enough.
Raise to 100. 6 fold. Quad queens yesterday or something.
Aaron gonna raise a suited ace over Rick's $25 call. Prestige have the 25 on.
6 fold, 7 call.
Gonna cold call with the queen jack off. Rick gonna call. He is dominated. He does have hearts. Everybody missing this flop. Aaron, the pre-flop aggressor, gonna continue for 125. And everyone folds. Now we're in. We have Iceman as the big winner so far. Still lots of poker to be played, though, here on TCH Live. Willie Malati, the New York Knit, with you this evening. Mel pressing the buttons on the other side. Playing some 2-5-10 no limit Hold'em. With some 10-hour double board PLO bomb pots every now and then.
Raise to 35. 6 fold. 7 call.
Kevin opened his button. Prestige going to defend. Prestige with the better hand. He's got the gut shot. His bet will get the quick fold. On to the next hands. Nice that it's finally springtime. Nice and warm around here. The bluebonnets are blooming. You're not in Texas. That's our state flower. These wildflowers that come up this time of year. Medians were full of them as I drove here.
5 call. 6 fold. 7 call.
35, a couple of calls. A plus gonna flat from the third blind. Squeezing definitely a possibility as well.
7 check.
He will flop top pair though. And the best hands. Prestige with bottom pair. A plus gonna lead this flop for $60. Prestige has a pair. He is calling. Heads up to the turn. Prestige adding a gut shot to his arsenal on this 4 of hearts turn.
Oh, yeah. Sorry about that.
That money stays. I got some, yeah, I got you. I'll check.
100.
Oh, it's funny.
Ace on the river, going to be 2 pair for A plus. He went 60, he went 75. Now he's going to go 165, it looks like. And Prestige has seen enough. Third spade and the ace.
Yeah, what did I say? 100.
One of his least favorite rivers, I imagine.
The only way it wouldn't have stayed is if you would have bet something.
Yeah.
Seems like he was either lying on the turn or lying on the river. I don't know which one.
Both.
Oh. Well, good play then.
That's how you're supposed to play. That's how you're supposed to play Ace Jack, right?
Oh, yeah.
Another sign of springtime. Baseball is starting up this week. Opening day right around the corner. Any predictions for this season?
Yeah, I ain't Kevin. Go. No, it's just on you. All right, 3 fold. Oh, 2 fold, sorry. 3 call, 4 fold. Place
You
of
didn't
50.
snake another one of those questions.
Familiar story, Rick limping his suited hands.
7 call.
Aaron popping it up to 50 and getting little respect. Prestige with the skinny. Prestige with the dirty diaper calling. A plus folding the Jack 10 of diamonds.
3 call, like 3 players.
He would have flopped top pair there. Prestige with a gutter. Prestige's $75 bet getting called by Aaron. Prestige actually has a pair now.
Check.
Pair of deuces. Now he'll check to Aaron. Holding second pair.
Bet 150.
Aaron going for 150 here. Can get some value from draws here. Prestige will make the call. They go to the river, which is an ace of diamonds, which completes all the draws except the one that Prestige had.
Nice. Dirty diaper treatment.
Aaron a win as they go check on the river. Pair of nines, more than enough to get the job done. And Steve, the spring training's been going on for a month. The regular season's going to start this week. Not sure what you mean by who's going to win the house. What house?
You still on your juices?
Someone's winning a house?
Like day 28 or something. Yeah, we got into next week.
What's gonna be the first thing you eat once you're off it?
Well, you kind of got to rebuild the guts. It's pretty boring.
It's like rice and.
Raise to 35.
It's all fruits the first 2 days. Real fruit.
Call.
Then you get salads, and then you kind of work up to normal.
So it's not that long.
It's not this.
It's like after a surgery or some shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not gonna hop into Raisin Cane's? No.
I think you would feel sick for fucking days if you did that.
Constipated. I'd probably have to just, like,
Undo all the hard work you just went through.
yeah, exactly.
Jack 10-8 on this three-way flop. Kevin with top pair and an open ender. Rick, our pre-flop raiser with a gut shot. Continues for $50. Kevin gonna feel pretty good about this. He has top pair, and he has an open ender. Gonna go for the raise up to 180.
Is my grandpa coming on the stream? What's up, man? My grandpa coming on the stream?
Grandpa Rick, bro.
I saw his name was around. That's his initial.
Hey, you could be Morty, and then he could be Grandpa Rick.
Want me to sell it? Yeah.
Interesting choice to go for the raise. At the end of the day, you've got top pair and meh kicker.
Heads up.
Rick is going to call. Don't think either player is going to like this 10 pairing on the turn. Over to Kevin again. What'll he do here? He will check. Four of Spades River is going to brick it off.
Allen. You want to play the string? You want to play string? Two pops.
Rick now going to pounce on that turn check.
All right, cool.
Betting 275 it looks like. 285 rather. Now Kevin with the choice to make. The good news is the draw is missed. He is going to fold though. Bad news is middle pair is certainly something Rick could call the flop raise with.
KJ, I'm 250.
Add 200.
I had chips in my pocket.
Preston's at 250.
Steve's saying the house always wins in gambling. Well, here's the thing. Here in Texas, the house doesn't win. All the clubs in Texas operate just as that, as private clubs. And money never comes off the table. They don't take any proceeds of the game. And we have a bot pile on our hands. And actually, the nice thing about not taking money off the table is that it keeps the games bigger. Like, imagine you're sitting in some other state and there's a $5 rake and a $2 promo chop. Think of all the money that comes off the table every hour. That's like $300 off the table every hour. See if anyone's connected with these flops. Mike with trips. Kevin with the last king. Aaron with trip sixes makes the fold. One-way hand getting out of there. Kevin's 60-hour bet is going to just get the job done with some pretty pedestrian trips plus flush draw. But yeah, you go play those pit games in Vegas or some other place that has casinos. Yeah, they're going to win. The casinos aren't in the business of just giving the money away. And Texas is kind of unique as far as how poker works here. You go anywhere else in the country, like, you're going to be paying rake. And it's going to end up being more money. Like, these players here, they're paying a $12 an hour club access fee. And you think about the total there, that's like, what, $108 an hour if it's a nine-handed table that that players are paying in some fashion. Compare that to the example I gave, like $300 coming off the table an hour in a raked room. Rick is pipped here. His ace jack is going to flop middle pair against Mike B's top pair with his ace queen. Mike B well ahead here. Mike B's flop bet gets called by Rick. 8 of hearts on the turn. Only real hand that improves is 10-9. Mike going for 300 this time. Gonna make any spade drawers pay full price. Rick going to call. Rick needing a jack and a jack alone. Does not get it, but the front door spades do get there on this 5 of spades river. Mike gonna check now. Rick checking back his pair. Wait, what? So Rick's just been shipped the pot. I'm not sure what happened there. Like they put a bet into the graphics. Like they probably have to do that for the software. I don't know if the ace queen had been misread somehow, or if he accidentally mucked the winner, or what. I find it hard to believe a $50 river bet would just get a fold like that. Not sure what happened there.
That's why I did it.
Looks like we have 2, 5, 10, 25, 50, 100, if I'm not mistaken. Told you we play big here in Texas. You see people folding aces. Aaron not going to fold an ace. He's going to go 250 with his ace-8. Prestige with a pair. Perfectly shovable for $1,000. Pocket fives. Aaron going to flip with prestige here. Ace-8 versus fives. Who you got? Looks like they're going twice. So far, no, Aaron with the 8. Aaron taking the top with the pair of 8s. An 8 and an ace for Aaron on the bottom. Prestige needing a 5. Does not get a 5. Aaron going to scoop prestige here. Unfortunate for prestige to lose the flip twice there. Aaron going to take this one down. Pretty standard spot, actually, if you're playing 10 bigs deep. Both of those hands certainly could find the middle in what is...
I made that call, that raise, knowing that I was going all in if he went all in.
What is essentially button versus big blinds.
1.250 out there to 47.
See somebody topping up here. Can match up to the big stack in this game.
Mike's coming in for 1,500. Mike B. He's not. Get barrels on the live stream, please.
Barrels.
The barrels. What we call a fill now.
Gotta be different.
Gotta be different. Get your barrels at TCH Austin.
To go over Niagara. Get in it. Like nothing out of it. Suspenders type thing.
Like Donkey Kong.
I know I got that. All over.
On to the next hand.
6 fold, 8 call. $30.
A plus going for the limp here.
Yeah, all black. 17 black and 40 white.
King Queen gonna make it 30. Aaron with the Jack 9 going for the 3-bet. All the way up to 140. Jack 9 of clubs known as the TJ Cloutier.
Scott, see it open, bro.
He called his own death.
Apparently, at one point, he made a couple of straight flushes with that
He
hand.
said,
Like exactly
"You
clubs.
50, I'll do 100. Right there, that was the death. it would have played completely differently. It wasn't
140.
What's that?
When you don't have that much behind, it's like, man, call it. You can.
If it was just his $25 straddle, he'll like raise the 50. And he's not getting it all in with ace.
And Rick gonna defend with the King Queen. The best hands, which gets better on this King 10-5 flop. Top pair for Rick. Gutter for Aaron. Rick checking to the 3-better.
125.
He had 2 options,
Aaron continues for 125.
and I had 1 option once I raised.
Oh,
Rick will make the call. Turn will pair the 5.
it always comes late.
Put up the second flush draw that nobody has. Rick checking.
It was one hand late. I waited.
Aaron gonna fire again. $350. Bigger sizes will certainly put your opponent to the test. Way too soon to be folding top pair. There's so many draws that you beat.
I don't know if he's played. I guess he just spends so much and he beat that.
Does call. To the river we go. Heads up. The Queen, the Chaos card has arrived. Rick rivering top 2, but Aaron rivering the straight. Rick giving Aaron a view of what's left, a little bit more than what's in the pot.
725.
725 from Aaron gets snapped off. Both players happy to turn their hands over. Aaron happier with the result. Eric wondering why Mike B lost. I assume you're talking about the ace, queen, ace, jack hands a couple hands back. I don't know for sure. I mean, either like we didn't actually see him turn the card over on the live stream camera. I don't know if he had misread his hands and mucked. I don't know if maybe he didn't have ace queen and the scanner misread his hand somehow. Like maybe if his cards and seat ones got crossed up with each other. I wish I knew. I would tell you if I did know.
Oh man, dude, I watched it back. Remember that hammer roll? Like, remember when the guy had like an 8?
Yeah,
And the guy had a 6? There's I thought it was like a massive cooler. Like, oh, he had an 8. It was ace 8. He just had like a 6. I was like, that's such a fun.
Wow. He really wanted to pay off.
Well, I knew he didn't have it. He would have showed. Like he would have showed that.
Well, he had a 6, but I'm saying it's like really shit.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I think he gave that Kraken guy too much credit for bluffing.
Yeah.
Like, he may be
Kings for
capable
Mike
of
B.
it, but I had never seen it. It's just unlikely that in every single pot they get into, he just has nothing.
We're gonna call the $35 raise. Iceman also gonna call.
Yeah, that he just like, that he just plays every hand.
Queen 9-5. Iceman with a gutter. Mike B's over here, well ahead here. Over $40 of value, but nobody can pay him, unfortunately. Mike gonna take that one down.
He had it plenty, so
I don't think I ever saw him not have it.
yeah. I mean, now he's mixed.
Although the other thing is too, like you remember the other hand where the guy had like a set of eights. Like there's the guy and he like bet like 2x pot on the river and the guy called him with like a second pair.
Yeah, it was a jack. Right? Yeah. It's like turned 8.
Yeah, but I'm saying he did that and he had it. And then the dynamic of the hand later where this guy's like overbet bluffing. It's like he didn't bluff you, he had a hand.
Yeah.
It's like it wasn't even like a
They had like way more history than what we know because they knew each other.
Right, it's 35.
It's funny. There's two out of towners there and they're just trading money the whole night.
Yeah.
Savagely destroys the other.
Yeah, all of us just kind of like sat around and watched.
Mike opening the 7 deuce,
I gave him something.
A plus. Gonna defend with what is the best hands. They both miss this flop.
That would have been perfect for the stream.
Good job, dude.
I was only in town for a few
You're in
days.
that shit.
Check. Kevin Howard.
Mike gonna continue here. Gets the fold. He better show this. Camera's not gonna tell me if he showed this or not. I hope he showed it. Good for the game. Clearly the 7 deuce game is not on, otherwise we would have seen everybody fling chips at him.
I need like Robert to like walk in.
You need Robert to what?
To like just walk in, right?
Oof, I rolled a 49.
I have 20.
Chase was on the picture. Did I see you got busy tonight?
Huh? Who
They
chased?
got him on the picture and then they took him off. Oh, did they?
He had several.
Yeah, he was supposed to play and then he called out. He's gonna get a half a point.
Half the point.
Or attendance policy. Raise to 60.
We saw the 20 get put on. Kevin with the king queen suited, making it 60. Solid holding.
his wife should never be allowed to watch the stream.
Let's see. The defense. Hey, the 5-3 suited. Spades, though, could be trouble if the spades show up, but they won't. Ace, Jack, Jack. Just one spade. Kevin with the nut no pair.
His wife called him and asked him where he was. He's like, oh, I'm at the office. And at 40. I'm at the office.
Might get a check fold.
Yeah, no, not a pot string.
I'm starting to think that that 5-3 does miss
Nearly
sometimes.
this, though. I asked JB like a few months ago. I was like, oh, so like, what does your wife think when you're coming here every night? And he's like, oh, no.
Aaron and Iceman, the big winners so far
I don't know. It's like
at the expense
mysteriously
mostly
disappears
of
for 5
Mike
hours.
and Prestige.
No, so with Chase,
I say, yeah, he's just cheating
Unfortunate for Prestige to exit the way he did, getting scooped twice, or getting scooped in
Yeah, right.
a flip that ran twice.
so Chase is sitting here playing, and his wife calls him, hey, where you at? He goes, I'm at the office. And at the time, his office was like really close, so he figured he can beat her there.
Yeah.
He was like, oh, yeah, I need to go get something for you. I'll see you over there. She was like, all right, so you hurry up and cashes out. Goes outside, and his wife is parked behind him.
Ace 10 of clubs for Iceman.
Oh no.
$35
She
raise.
got his ass good.
Raise 140.
And
Straight high.
Mike B going for the 3-bet, making it 140 with that king 2 soft suit. Pseudo Royal going nowhere. Heads up to a flop. $6-6-4, they both miss. Mike B with the betting lead though. Iceman does not even have a back door. See if he can hang around against this. Continue for 180. About 2/3 from Mike.
twice, yeah. It's
Play
fun.
all the time. It's awesome. I love it. Yeah, it's great.
I like Ultimate Frisbee more.
Ultimate. It's like, oh no. This golf is
Iceman thought about it. He is going to make the fold, though.
Yeah.
Aggression, getting the job done for
I
Mike.
like Ultimate. I played it when I was in college.
Now I actively avoid cardio.
Huh?
So now I actively avoid cardio, so just don't put probably more my speed.
Yeah, this golf is fun. So, me and my roommate played pretty
You
much
are
all the
enjoying
time.
this. Be sure hit that like button, hit that subscribe button
Sure.
if you haven't done so
Hey, man,
already.
he was crushing me. Now we play for money. And I've been beating.
You're watching on Twitch. Texas Card has on Twitch. Hit that follow button.
I don't play anymore. My ceiling is hard.
I see a lot more people watching than I see hitting that like button. Totally free to do. Hit that like button. Tell the algorithm you enjoy TCH
There's
Live.
just a bunch like randomly spaced out throughout the city.
Queen 9 from Kevin.
Yeah, there's a bunch of them.
35 from Kevin with Queen 9.
There. Played that one. With Dylan, that was
8 plus throwing some money in there. 10-3 of hearts. Rick's got an ace, even if it's not a good one. 3 ways to a flop. Ace Queen 3.
good.
Every player flopping a pair here.
Bet 50.
50 from Kevin. A plus his bottom pair going to call. Rick with the top pair also going to call.
Y'all follow March Madness or NFL?
3 ways to a turn.
UConn's going to win.
Jack of diamonds.
Miami's good.
Huh?
Miami's good.
A plus. With a gutter now.
UConn is some different.
I mean, UConn destroyed. Made Gonzaga look.
Yeah, I mean, like, they made every team.
Rick going to lead the turn.
I'm really annoyed UT lost.
Makes it 150. A plus, not going anywhere yet.
Started missing shots at the end.
5 of clubs will bring in the the front door clubs.
Yeah.
Yeah, just couldn't close them out.
Everybody's cards being red though. Nobody has clubs.
I also think the refs were really soft, especially the second half.
Yeah,
More
Rick's
suspect.
river bet will
yeah.
get the job done.
I watched that game, and Texas is like up. Well, it's on like 11, like 3-4 minutes.
No, it was like
Was it
I
later?
did like 10 or 11.
10, really?
Yeah.
Seemed like it was like much.
No, it was like a slow grind that Miami did. They just didn't miss for like 6
They
minutes.
go on those runs.
Yeah.
Rick
I mean,
letting
they had really
his
good players.
way
Like they played very
back towards the green.
People forget they won their conference.
well. Yeah.
Aaron and Iceman, the 2 winners so far.
Thinking about Lamar Jackson.
So what do you all
That's
think
not
about
really over
these
here,
poker
I thought
Twitter
the Bulls
people
were gonna
fighting
go
with
for a
each
lot
other?
sooner.
They're challenging each other to heads-up matches.
He should.
Maybe they're challenging each other to a fist fight. I don't know. It doesn't make sense anymore.
I mean, he's betting on himself.
It is possible to enjoy the game of poker
Dennis Schroeder
without
Lakers
getting into some
do
sort
that,
of
bet on himself,
screaming
and
match
get fucked.
and
But I think Lamar Jackson's definitely a different caliber
fighting
player
each
than-
other.
Then it showed her, yeah, for sure.
Yeah. I mean, he's a good role player, but he's not a top 6 or 7 quarterback in the NFL.
Kevin went the
I mean,
one
maybe like
call
Steph Curry
route,
taking like not a supermax.
no pair.
I think at this point the issue is like finding a team that will pay him what he's worth.
He's gonna pounce when check too.
Huh? He's
He's
been.
been hurt a lot.
Yeah, that's definitely been a complaint, but like.
A plus is
But I
gonna
think the-
pounce
like-
rather, and he's gonna get it done.
Bet 164. I thought I said that. My bad.
I think the point that matters though is like. The Ravens are just complete shit whenever he's not on the field. Like they're just so bad. And that should be like a selling point that like maybe their offensive line isn't good enough or whatever, but like he is the reason the Ravens are even a team in the past like, 4 or 5 years.
What do you think about these hot takes we're hearing about the Lamar Jackson situation,
Russell
Baltimore
Wilson's getting a
Ravens?
certain amount for how he's playing.
They've franchise tagged him. Not clear if
I'm really
anybody
curious
wants to
how
pay
that
the price
process
for
would be
him.
different if he had one.
I definitely have opinions.
I can't imagine it just helped that he doesn't have one.
Raise to 35. Call. See one fold, two fold. Three fold. I mean, three calls.
Rick W with a 9 triz. You gotta love it. 3 ways to a flop. Queen 8 deuce. Iceman with bottom pair. A plus with middle pair though, and the best hands.
Bet 35. Call.
Iceman's 35 gets the call from A plus. Rick W no longer a believer in the 9 triz, gonna fold. Heads up to a turn.
Check.
This jack will put up a gutter for A plus, who have the best hands.
And the thing that makes me mad about Lamar
We'll bet the 80 and take it down.
now, ex-players think, ex-players are coming out and saying that it's like racially motivated. I'm like, tired of the race baiting thing.
I don't think it's
like I'm just so
if anything,
over
it'd be like the fact he doesn't have an agent and like the
it's
owner's not
more
wanting to
that
push
you don't have an
around.
agent and
And so I'm happy to say that I will not be playing anybody heads up for $100,000 or $1,000 or even $100. Okay, if somebody wants to play me heads up for $100, I'll consider it.
like
He's a
Deshaun
pocket
Watson,
passer.
he
That sound
blows
good?
money out of everyone,
Guaranteed money if he's just a pocket passer, you know what I mean?
and he like,
Gotta do it on stream though. I'm sure we
I'm
could
really
make
curious
that
like what
happen.
teams would go for him because like the Panthers traded up for number 1, so like they're out of it at this point. The Buccaneers are like Baker Mayfield for
well,
some
they
reason.
have like this really weird clause that you have to give them 2 first-round draft picks to get them, and nobody's
Well, you can like
race to
I've heard
35.
it's not
I mean,
that's
he
like
was an MVP. Like, he's valuable.
yeah.
Race to 125.
I've heard there's like ways to get around it. Like the Ravens can accept less if they choose to do so, and like based on how it is developed, they will most likely have to take less because no one's gonna want to give him that. When Lamar's already just declared that like he's
Might
not
be
playing.
3-betting over optimized at the better race and takes it down.
I mean that's what happened. I mean Deshaun did that and he came back and looked like shit. So like
Well, I mean, but he didn't say he wasn't playing. He just
oh, he's like sitting out on purpose.
he sat on
Yeah.
purpose because he wanted.
to get paid what he's worth. Yeah.
Well, because he was going to get time served. You know what I'm
Deshaun?
saying? Yeah.
Oh no! Oh yeah.
He would get time served on a suspension. And
Oh no! Yeah. I mean yeah.
that's why he said that out. Well, Le'Veon Bell said that one game. No, he
Yeah,
won
so
the turn.
here's my hot take on Lamar Jackson. You know who he reminds me of? Cam Newton. And I don't mean that in a good way. Cam Newton had one really good season.
Should we get you guys want to take a seat?
Cam Newton then had a lot of problems staying off the injury report. And Cam Newton got paid a lot of money and
20 barrels.
under-delivered.
Race to 30.
You always
And
have more barrels.
I have to disagree. I don't think the owners are colluding. I think that these owners will realize that paying like $50 million a year to one guy who can't stay off the injury report is not a recipe for success. There's only one owner in the league dumb enough to do that, and Deshaun Watson beat him to it last year. That's just my take on it, though. Lamar Jackson hasn't won anything. He's finished the last 2 years on the injured list. He didn't even bother to show up to the playoff loss last year. Yes, he was hurt, but he's still got to be
You're
there.
probably in a poor place for an unbiased opinion. But I guess most places in Austin are going to be biased.
And then you're gonna give 2 first-round picks and God knows how much money for Lamar Jackson. No thanks. He might be stuck playing that franchise tag. I think that's the end game, honestly. I think he ends up stuck playing the franchise tag.
Garrett or Robbie?
And yeah, Cody, the Jets do need a quarterback, and I think they have their hearts set on Aaron Rodgers.
I think it's Garrett or Nick Airball.
Jackson probably is plan B.
On the game,
But I mean, there was the headline today where apparently San Francisco said like the leader in the clubhouse right now is Brock Purdy. So, like if him and Trey Lance are both viable starters,
yeah.
I mean,
I don't know, I'm not going to judge it. but
like let's say you get to
I think
August and they're
Garrett's
both
getting
healthy,
penalized
I'd probably trade one of them if I'm San Francisco.
something you shouldn't.
As we go to a bomb pot here.
Like you can judge the Robbie thing one way, but I don't think his character's ever been a question.
Iceman with
Or like how
an 8 and then 8-7,
Check. He was always gonna lose that.
but not actually that great of a hand in a bomb
I watched
pot.
a bunch of his
Optimized with top pair,
with Doug Polk today before
or top set
I
rather.
agreed with like most things he said.
Yeah,
Jack high
I was
hearts,
gonna watch it.
makes it 50.
Yeah, like fuck, he's big.
Top set for Mike B.
Yeah, I'm gonna watch it tonight probably.
On the bottom makes the call. Kevin with aces and the queen high hearts also calling. A plus has the best heart draw. The 5 and the 10. What does this complete here? Nobody's got a straight here. I don't. Mike B has the straight. The 9-6 straight on the bottom. It's A plus firing though. The $115. His turn didn't really help him. Yes, he has 2 pair now, but super straighty. Optimize with the call. Mike B can't stand the heat. You're going to have to fill and pray that you're good for half the pot. I don't blame him for getting out of there. Over to Kevin. He does have the queen high hearts.
I don't really understand like the whole.
We're not really in love with the aces here.
I don't think Berkey's a
He's gonna
scammer.
call.
I think he's a fraud. And then doesn't really elaborate.
3 of
It's like,
clubs, king of clubs.
pricing or
Kevin with
something,
the
like,
dry
that's
ace
not-
of
that's
clubs.
something to consider.
Perhaps
Yeah.
may find a bluffing opportunity. It's A plus with his kings and
I think
tens
that's my
on the
car for
bottom.
sale for 100K,
Somehow
and somebody's
good.
Dumb enough to buy it, that's on them.
Optimized with the set of jacks
I don't think
and
it's frauds and
pretty
accurate,
tame run out
because,
for
like,
his
he's
hands.
shown that he's successful.
Checks
like,
over to
gaming at
Kevin.
the
We'll
more
see if he
accurate.
goes for the bluff here.
Showdown.
He decides to give up.
Top, we got the jack, a set of jacks.
Unless you like, that's what it didn't really.
Set of
elaborate.
jacks on the top for
Pair of
optimize.
jacks.
You can't really say that and not say why.
Then optimize just playing a pair of jacks on the
Win
bottom.
so far. All right, let's see. King 10 on the bottom.
King 10 for A plus. Going to get the other half. Chop it up.
Thank you.
If anyone wants to disagree with me on my sports takes, I am happy to hear it.
I know about how many hands I can deal in 30 minutes. And then about how many hands.
But you know what? Football season's still months away.
Look up about the time, and then I just ask somebody what time it is.
We got baseball starting up, and
I was at the lodge last night, and I was like,
hopefully
reading
the,
the thread on it.
Mets are in it for a good long while. I'm a big Met fan.
All right, guys, I'm officially on Team Berkey. Fuck Doug Polk. He sucks.
And then you were escorted out.
I was waiting for it, but I was like, yeah, you know what?
Depends on which dealer you had.
Are they his little servants or what?
And so ace jack there for Mike.
I saw he was playing Bill Perkins like on Sunday.
Yeah, they're playing heads up for. Ended up being a small building.
Aaron calls A plus.
What is it?
It is 35.
Looking like he's probably going to end up calling. No, he's not. He's going to fold.
There's a
As we'll optimize, we'll go heads up to a flop here. Top pair for Mike.
bet 30.
Bets and takes it down.
Yeah, my own opinion, I don't care if he's controversial.
I just hope that
he's
if
also
the Mets
big.
should find victory, they don't celebrate too hard. We don't want a repeat of
I'm the victim.
poor Edwin Diaz hurting himself celebrating.
What you're doing.
I mean, I think that was Berkey's biggest complaint with him for a while.
Yeah, yeah.
They don't hear
Well
me
there,
there.
Jamal. Hope you're doing well.
Yeah.
Denmark a long time.
I'm heading out there tomorrow for a few weeks. Have some spare time.
Where are you going?
I'll be in London for the beginning and ends, but I got like a week and a half to travel. I was curious if anyone had recommendations of places to go.
Raise a 30.
Good things to do.
And not like general. I
30
heard
from Aaron.
great things of Portugal.
Portugal?
Yeah, it's like
Mike
Like Spain,
with the
Spain area is
suited
definitely somewhere I
hands.
was considering.
Heads up we go.
They have to do all the drugs in Portugal. They didn't decriminalize.
Jack
Yeah, let's
A3.
go Netherlands as well. Same thing. Yeah, so,
Aaron well ahead here.
That's it.
This was a misclick. This was like a $50 bet. Yeah, there we go.
not really.
Aaron did not shove for 60 times the pot.
Drug trades.
That did not happen.
I'm not gonna buy by, you know,
I'm a firm believer in that.
like if I can go buy it at the store,
we-
then I'm like,
Aaron's a much
If you want
better
to get
player than
political in
that.
the street, I think the war on drugs was the dumbest thing I've ever seen. It's like it just caused so much harm, destruction, created.
just put all the people of color in jail.
Yeah, I think most people. I think you're on most people's side. Or on that side.
I mean, you have to
It's
do an
controversial
uphill battle
to
against statistics.
controversial to anyone above 50. It's like they're
Yeah, that's fair. It's definitely an age gap thing.
yeah.
Generational.
Yeah. 4 fold, 5 fold, 6 race, 35, 8 fold, 1 fold. Raise of 150.
He's king for Iceman. Making it 35. Mike's got a suited ace. The 3 bet's a 150. Unlikely to work out for him. Iceman gonna top to flat here. Heads up to the flop. 7-7 deuce rainbow. Backdoor clubs for Mike. Not completely nothing. He'll go for $200. Iceman will call with the no pair. Jack on the turn. Closes the back door. Mike now checking. As will Iceman. Check, check again. And Iceman taking that down with the ace-king high. And I wonder why Iceman chose the name Iceman. I'm guessing a Top Gun reference.
I don't think so.
Okay, I'm told by Mel that it's because Dante kept calling him Iceman, so he went with it for this one time. It's Iceman tonight and tonight only. Actually, if I hear Iceman, my mind goes to Kimi Räikkönen, the Formula One champion. Actually took part in that NASCAR race yesterday.
Race of 35, 2 fold.
Always known as the Iceman, possibly because he's from Finland, a somewhat cold place. Optimize with the heart draw.
Check.
Check through. Now Kevin turning a club draw.
Red third.
Behind the club's turn. Rick does have a gutter as well. And I toss the 35 out there. This probably doesn't get through anybody. It does not. They both call, which is not what Rick was hoping for. We go 3 ways to the river, which is an 8, which is what Rick was hoping for. Rick does have the straight. Gotta be hard to extract any further value, though, with the board being 4 to a straight. He will make the attempt, though. He'll go 125, about half pot. Nobody with a pair, though. Rick will not take any further money. He'll just Take what was in there. Rick almost out of the hole. We see A+ in the green. We see Optimize just barely in the green. Rena, sorry you're running bad with the gambles. We all have these downswings sometimes. Hey, at least they're just imaginary internet points.
6 forward. 8 forward.
Like, imagine you drive 7 hours and you play a whole bunch of poker tournaments, and then you lose almost all of them. Wish I had to imagine that. I got to live it not that long ago. Downswings are definitely a thing. Gotta pay your dues to get to the upswings, though. Kevin opting to 3-bet with this King-9 offsuit. I like the play. Feel like you don't see enough 3-betting in these spots playing live. Trick with that Queen Jack.
10 o'clock.
Not suited though.
You guys are probably running the game with you running, right?
Sometimes, yeah.
It's gonna call.
Yeah.
And a lot of the time they both miss the flop, and then Kevin will end up just taking it down with the C-bet.
Like, it's just
But I'm
ends up
probably
pretty-
gonna come back.
Like now, 4-4 deuce, they both miss the flop,
Just depends.
unless we count a back door.
Right.
If you don't.
I might just come back by. But that's what I kind of get back by to like 10. Came in trying to play the bomb pot. $10 bomb pot.
My guess.
There's the C-bet from Kevin, 150.
Break it down.
Really?
We're gonna be hard pressed to continue here.
Sometimes people come in though around there.
Yeah.
2 overs,
I've never played it this way before.
and
Do they run late here?
back door to the Jack High Club. He is gonna call here. And he will spike the queen on the turn. Gonna check it to Kevin. No, this queen didn't do anything for me, sir.
Unfortunately, sorry. Next day, I'll play like that.
Please bet again. But alas, he doesn't. Check, check. 5 on the river. Rick has the best hands.
200.
Rick gonna go for $200 here. Clubs did miss. King high could beat some missed club draws. Bummer to have the king of clubs in your hand, though. If I don't have the king of clubs in my hands, I'm much more inclined to call than if I do have a club in my hands. He is going to let it go. Okay, apparently there was an Iceman who played basketball and allegedly wasn't big on sweating. Thanks for the info, Mo the Cat.
Well, I would have jammed flop.
Are there other people known as Iceman that I should know about? We know about Top Gun. We know about this basketball player. We know about the race car driver, Kimi Räikkönen.
Well, no.
There's actually another one, Scott Dixon, who gets called Iceman sometimes in a different series. Are there other Icemen or other Ice women? If there's Ice women, let us know about that too.
All right, we're good.
The more you learn.
3 call. 4 fold. 5 fold.
All right.
Shit, word.
Pimp's pot. Iceman's got a 7. Presumably better than whatever Rick's got. I'm confused. Iceman folded a pair to a small bet. Not quite what I'd expect there.
Did he leave? Oh man, we're leaving in the stream now.
We're about halfway through this evening.
Where's it actually at?
Still plenty of poker left to play. William Whitey, the New York Knit with you. Now pressing the buttons. KJ dealing the cards. All of you in the chat. Hopefully enjoying the show.
What time in? 9:30?
Huh?
9:30.
It ends at like 9:45. You come to stream?
2-5-10 no limit holds them on a Monday evening. Rick Limping, Kevin popping it up with the 8-5 of clubs.
Unlucky call.
Rick, definitely stubborn tonight, is going to call the 9-6 of hearts. So the flop we go heads up. Flop's middle pair and the best hand at the moment on this King 9-4 rainbow board. Rick gonna lead. Kevin calling. He does have back doors. Gonna float. King of Diamonds, not what he was hoping to see. Rick gonna feel great though. Less likely that Kevin's got a king. That's for 80 this time.
Let's see.
Kevin drawing dead. Kevin letting it go.
One good.
Looks like it was 35 for Mike B.
That might be a stretch.
All right, what's the line? All right, let's set the line at
Ball from Rick, who
65.
has flop top pair.
I'll take the under.
I'll take the over.
Can we put this stream?
Rick calls Mike's $25 C-bet.
Is there any bets, or are we just being fucking?
I'll put a quarter on under 65.
Can we put this stream?
Anyone got the over? Anyone got the over?
Mike gives it up.
Yeah, I'll take it.
Alright, let me double check.
Matthew Myers wondering where the other three players is there no list. I guess there's no list. If there's seats open, which would suggest that there's no list.
But you know what?
There were a couple of people who couldn't make it at the last minute, and then we did have a player
It's him or people
bust
watching. Yeah.
earlier tonight. So just 6 players
Yeah, we gotta get you an
playing
optimized
at the
Instagram,
moment,
get
but
some more followers.
if you haven't been near Austin, come on over, jump in this game. It's been a fun one.
Kristen's back there watching.
I know. What? She
Looks like
It's-
A
it's
plus
like
did
your
call it
family,
a
like
night.
your mom's involved. Yeah. I
live
get it.
20. 6 fold, 1 fold.
My mom's watching. I've got like 3 friends watching. So yeah.
Oh my god.
That's
That's it.
I make sure crap. Do not watch. They'll see my shit.
Just multiply us all by 4.
Hey, if you're this person's mom, if you're this person's 3 friends, I couldn't tell whose it is, but
It's
hit
funny,
that
my-
like button.
My dad said he can't watch. My mom enjoys watching. The money just like too much for him.
Aaron with a gut shot.
You have 4 kids?
Pretty young. All 9.
Aaron, undeterred by Mike's bet there.
Lot. You got man.
Jack of clubs will give Aaron the straight.
Every now and then, yeah.
They don't
That's
enjoy
what
it.
Flush does get there as well.
From a young
I
age.
watch when someone that just like blaring for
I knew that was a possibility, though.
They're gonna be rolling dice at school. Daddy did this.
Yeah, it's like daddy. I want to be like daddy. Poker.
Bet
Poker.
175.
175 gets the insta fold from Mike's absolute nothing.
Stack you.
Be little optimized.
Minimize. Yeah.
Oh yeah, minimize.
Minimize.
That's the kid. That's the kids.
I like
See,
minimize.
Aaron Iceman and Rick are winners so far. Get a look at these aggression stats as we
And then once they get to be a little bit
begin
older,
hand number 50.
equalize.
Sailboats for optimize.
It still makes me literally crack up because
I don't think our cruise ship has sails.
Months ago, you just go, "What's the opposite of optimize?" And then he goes,
Mike going for the 3-bet with his queen 9. Takes it 125.
"I was dying."
Playing so deep though, optimize could certainly call here and try and find himself
But it
another
was
4.
entertaining.
It was.
He'll do just
It was
that.
funny as shit.
He didn't laugh.
Heads up we go.
I found it really funny. So there you go.
Most people, when they're getting made fun
No
of, don't
4s
find
in
it.
sight. Jack 8-7 will give Mike the gut shot. Plus his 2 overs.
And that was some deceit.
90
Nelson
from Mike
Casino betting for the
and
big
no
triple.
set, no bet from Optimize.
You're a DJ, aren't you? You love your blackjack.
Thank you.
Optimize gonna open again. He's got Jack 7 this time. Suited ace from Mike. Coming along, Rick. Suited queen coming along.
4 fold, 5 fold.
Iceman feeling priced in here. Jack 10 off suit. We go 4 ways to a flop here. As we often do in Texas. Jack in the window. Iceman and Optimize with top pair. Rick with hearts. Mike with the gutter. Something for everyone here.
Bet 100.
100 from Optimize. Clears out Mike's gutter. Rick with the queen high hearts. He didn't call queen 6 to go away, I don't think. He is going to call. Iceman with topper pair. He may not feel so great here. He does fold. Oh, and he would have turned 2 pair. Optimized, though, picking up the clubs to go with his pair. Great turn for him. Having picked up some backup to go with his fairly weak top pair, he does fire out 250 here. He wouldn't mind if Queen Jack folds right now, or if like Jack 9 just folds right now. I totally get the bet here. Rick, though, feels that heart coming, I imagine. He does make the call. We go heads up to the river. It is a queen. It's not a heart, but it's good enough for Rick. He has river top pair.
Check.
Optimize now checking. Going to take his showdown value. Nice river, sir. Rick collecting a nice one. Almost 850 in the middle there. Not how he wanted to get there, but he did sufficiently get there. You see Rick decently in the win column now.
Nice, the jack and the clubs, yeah. Hearts, destined to come. I can tell.
Yeah, sometimes that turn does give you just enough to keep going.
Race 100.
It'd be worse. You could river just enough to pay the guy.
I do like playing big pots.
100 from Aaron's ace jack, as we did see the 20 get put on. Mike coming along with his suited connector. Rick with a suited queen. Mike with a 5. The best holding at the moment. $100 from Mike. Rick gets out of there. Aaron not going anywhere yet. He's got 2 overs. That's not one of them. 8 of diamonds will give Mike a gutter. Check, check. 4 on the ends. No one improves. Pair of 5s will be good at showdown if we get there. Aaron checks over to Mike B. Goes for a third pot's worth of value, 150. Targeting ace high, probably.
What time? Can we get that bonus again?
I don't know, I tell you what, you'll
I'll let you get on.
help the case a lot if
Aaron will not bite.
special guest like you did last time. Getting special guests.
But assuming that it's just us, there's no new people.
You have somewhere to be or something, Kev? Why don't you just wait and
No,
see?
he doesn't. Yeah, exactly.
Are
He's
you
trying to keep you
stay
here
and
all night.
play? Are you gonna, I'm asking
You wanna play heads up?
No, I don't, but if you're here, then I'll...
Let's just play heads up.
Yeah, we can all get out of here. Like y'all can just do it out.
Gee, I mean,
Is somebody issuing a heads up challenge? Call Poker Twitter immediately.
I'm all, you know what, we should
I'll play heads up. I'll
the
deal with
heads
y'all
up would
for
be
the
at
rest
least
of
as
the
interesting as what we're doing.
Leave me here.
We need to get all the hot takes. We need to get all the name calling. We need everybody taking sides.
Him with 4 kids.
Whose side are you on in this heads up grudge match?
5 calls. 6 4.
I think maybe there's a script for all this. Maybe it's like wrestling or something. Aaron flopping a flush here. Rick continuing with his pocket fours. With the spade, Aaron just flatting, giving Rick every chance to keep firing. $100 from Rick.
350.
Now Aaron gonna press the raise button, making it 350. That'll shut it down.
Huh?
You're right.
Like, I feel like a lot of this heads up stuff is just the equivalent of like one wrestler challenging another to a cage match. Next Sunday, WrestleMania, I will kick your ass.
Price 100.
Two players with the same hands. Rick's aggression going to get optimized his king queen out of there.
Yeah. Well,
Where's McAvoy at?
yeah, that works. Yeah. Oh, I don't know. I saw Jesse, so I don't know what it does.
We live in Dallas?
2, 5, 10, 20.
I think he does it from here.
Oh, this hand, this hand.
Correction, bomb pot this hands.
I don't really see him around the card house.
He was here last Monday when I was here. Yeah, McAvoy.
Really?
Yeah.
Who's this? You're the one that's on. Here, you can't say you don't see someone.
I come to every stream there is, although, you know.
Just once a week now.
now.
He's queen 4, a couple of hearts.
On the cruise.
9, 7, 7, couple of clubs. Who's got something? Not Mike.
Check, check, 6 check.
Rick with nut hearts. We check through.
2 checks.
Only those turns came the other way. The heart landed on the bottom, so Rick with the heart draw on both sides now. Sevens full of jacks for Iceman has a hammerlock on the bottom.
Big. See the open?
Oh. I know that is.
45, 45.
Little wrap for Optimize. Rick gonna fire out the 45. Kevin calling. Jack 10, 8 deuce is straight on the bottom. That's not going to be good. Iceman coming along as well with his full house. A king and a king. Clubs get there on the bottom. Nobody had a club draw. Not that it matters. It's going to be Kevin and Iceman chopping this up at Showdown.
125.
Sevens full of jacks, and then Kevin with the Broadway on top for the nuts. But it's Rick betting the 125.
There he freaking is. Get over here, dude.
He did river a straight on the bottom.
Can't keep this
It'll be
There we go, unlikely to be good though.
break over here.
For big, seat 7. He's coming in for 2K, it looks like.
Going half pot, it's unlikely you get through both players. Kevin has the nuts on the top. He is going to raise. Playing straights on both sides, he makes it 425. Now, Iceman's actually got a tough choice here. He has second from bottom boat, and that's all he's got.
No.
He has a one-way hand,
Contacts.
and it is far from guaranteed to be good.
No, I'm just rocking glasses till I go to the doctor.
Looking good, man. Got that.
Seven's full of jacks.
Oh, fuck you. I was hoping more
That's a
like
compliment.
more like Henry Cavill is what I was going for.
Oh,
but,
you didn't want to hear me, Ken? Oh.
Wait, tell me, don't want to look at a 13-year-old boy? Like,
Definitely not.
okay.
Definitely not. Should have just worn my muscle shirt, I guess. That would have helped.
Iceman letting it go, not going to try and call for half the pot.
Tank top rocking.
Back over to Rick. He does have the better straight on bottom. He has two pair on the top. He has kings and queens, which won't be good, but he does have kings and queens. May and Tyson, he's got queen 10 on the bottom. Again, just a straight, though, on a paired board with a flush.
Yeah, you can make it for 1. It'll be 375 and 200.
You can make it more.
It'll be 570. You can make it.
Rick taking another good look at his hands. Like, I got to be good on one side, right? He calls. Calls for half the pot, which is exactly what he's going to get.
Pair on the bottom,
Going to chop it up.
Jack 10 on the top. Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, 10, king 12.
Chop it up.
Yeah, queen 10, sorry. All right, let's chop chop.
You know, I wouldn't say ice is melting. Like, I probably do the same thing if I'm him. Like, at the end of the day, like, so there's a bet and a raise in front of me, and I have a mediocre one-way hand.
Okay, Blake added 1,000.
Like, I don't blame him for getting out of there.
Fucking new. Fucking new guy, man.
All right, good.
AJ stepping out, it looks like. We got to look at these V-pips. Iceman a little bit above that Lottie line, that 15%. Rick playing more than half the hands. Mike super active. Aaron pretty active too. And this is a 6-handed game. You are going to be playing more hands. We do have a player joining us in seat 7, it looks like. We have Jesse joining us in the box.
That's where he is.
All right, we got these cards dealt out here. 2, 5, 10, 20. This man, and I'll go to 9-8. We got big in seat 7. It's Mike putting in a raise. Kevin and Aaron both calling. Kevin's king 4 of diamonds, finding 2 more diamonds, plus a gut shot on this flop. Aaron with top pair. $100 from Kevin. Aaron going nowhere with top pair. Mike going to the muck with his basically nothing. And there's the straight for Kevin right on the turn. 5 of hearts. Aaron now drawing to just a chop on this 4-liner. Deuce won't do it. If we're playing deuce to 7, that's a pretty good hand on that board there. Alas, we're not. See if Kevin goes for some value now with this straight.
Or better, 275.
Goes 275, 2/3 pot. There are 2 missed flushes. Aaron's got top pair, and he has 2 black cards. Could bluff catch, he chooses not to here. Matt Big joins us in seat 7. That's our new player, as you see popping into the graphic there. I believe we got 2 more seats. If anyone's around Austin and they want to get over here in the next hour and a half or so, play some 2-5-10 no limit hold'em with these bomb pots. TCH Austin. Seven, 6 for optimize.
200.
Opens up to 35. Rick calling with that 7-5 of clubs. Aaron squeezing for $200. Should clear out these suited connected hands. Aggression winning the day. Aaron winning big so far. Iceman and Rick also having pretty good nights for themselves. Still plenty of poker left to play though. Eight, 7 of hearts for big. Limping in, which is going to invite Rick to limp, which will get the squeeze from Kevin. Saying, I don't think you have much. I'm going to make it 60. Do you like your hand this much? Big says yes. I bet Rick says yes. Rick does say yes. 3 ways we go. Just what Kevin wanted. He gets to play out of position 3 ways. He does get rewarded with the best hand though. Middle pair. On this Queen 10-6 flop. 2 diamonds that nobody has. Kevin and Big both check. Looks like Rick has checked as well. 3rd diamonds on the turn. 7 of diamonds gives Rick the 10s and 7s. 2 pair the best hand now. Big making it 75. Having turns a pair plus got shot. Rick calls with his 2 pair. To the river we go. Oh, the queen's gonna pair. That's gonna be 3 pair for Rick, which is 1 too many. Big now checks it. Rick's still firing here. Kicker does not play. He's playing queens and 10s with a 7 that is on the board. 3 to a flush. He makes it $300. I wonder if this is designed to be a bluff. If it was, it's a value bluff. He gets called. And queens and 10s with a 7 is going to be queens and 7s. So a nice pickup for Rick, who's now 4 figures in the green. Ace King for Rick. Just in time for a $20 straddle.
Pre-raise.
65 from Rick. Aaron gonna flat with his pocket pair of fives. First time we've seen a premium pre-flop hands in a while. Rick with the ace king. How would fare against Aaron's fives? Not so great so far. 10, 9, 8. Rick does have back doors in the form of hearts and straight. We go check, check. How about that 5 of hearts for some chaos? Aaron turning the set. Rick now turning the king high heart draw. Aaron betting 100. Gets called by Rick. To the river we go. And it's a jack, which will probably be an action killer. Ford was straight on the board. Not a heart. Rick has missed. Aaron will dip his toe in the water here. 175. This set far from the nuts on this board. Ford was straight both ways. Plus the front door hearts, and Rick, what the total air is going to weigh it down. As we continue here, TCH Live, William Lottie, the New York Knit with you. Mike's with the straddle line. We see that he's going to have a straddle special. First, let's see what happens in front of him. Rick with the king nine of diamonds limping in. Iceman with the dominated king is limping. Big with the dominated diamonds. Also limping. Optimized limping. Mike better raise with his nines. Makes it 150. This should get the riff-raff out of here. See the first two limpers folds and big folds. I imagine optimized. Yep, he folds. Well-timed straddle, better time to raise. Now jacks for Rick.
Pre-raise, 65. Four fold.
Makes it 65, and Aaron has kings.
What is the structure? 1, 2, 2, 5?
This is 2, 5, 10.
2, 5, 10?
Makes it 200. What was that I was saying about no premium pre-flop hands? What was that? Potential for fireworks here.
Would stay up all night.
These feel like 4-betting chips getting cut out. Indeed they are. 500 from Rick. Now does Aaron flat or does Aaron go for the gusto here? I'm not sure if there's a size that'll make sense apart from all in if he decides to raise. If he flats, stacks the pot is a little under 2. Aaron does flat in position. Only needs 2 streets to get the rest of this money in if he so desires. We go heads up to a flop. Kings versus Jacks. 8-8-7. They both have an overpair. Aaron's still well ahead. They'll both be feeling good about this. Rick will keep betting here. Rick will make it 420. It's a fun number. Aaron gonna just flat it. He's gonna be real chill with the 420. As we go to the turn, it's a queen. This might slow Rick down, or it might not. Rick has moved all in. 1,300 effective.
You get paid if that isn't the turn.
You're Aaron, this is where you just say, please don't have queens.
I get a count, or like a rough count. Like 1,000.
As for the count, let's see what's what here. Surprised he hasn't called yet. Aaron looking at the king. Aaron flashing the king. He has 2 kings here. Queen 8-8-7. Facing an all-in for about 2/3 pot. Maybe 3/4 pot. My video is frozen on my browser. There it goes. No way, he folded! He folded! Rick gonna show the jacks! Wow! Wow! Bluff of the night right there from Rick. Incredible. What do you all think of that in the chat? I believe it was 61. See how we follow that up. Overpair versus overpair, I mean. And we get that result. Kevin opens up his suited ace, $35. Aaron getting right back on the horse with the ace-jack offsuit. Flatting. Which will invite Big to come along. King 10-9 will give Big the best hands with a pair of 10s. Aaron's got a gutter. $65 from Aaron. Big's going to call. He's got a pair. Now Aaron wants the queen on the turn. An ace on the turn also acceptable. Aaron has turned top pair to go with his gut shot. Now going to check it over to Big, who checks back. Harmless 5 of spades river. $225 from Aaron. See if Big is in a bluff catching mood. Not sure there's a lot of bluffs out there though. Big gonna let it go. Yeah, definitely some opinions in the chat about this hands. I'm not going to say that he sucks for making that choice. He may have thought he had a read of some kinds on Rick. Well, I've got to say he's been a bit on the loser's side tonight. I'm not sure I would have done that myself, but again, I'm not out there. And the question is, so if somebody brings up, Rick could have had aces. Yes, he could have had aces. The question is, well, we know he did it with jacks. Will he do it with tens? There are 6 combos of jacks available. You're beating those. There are 6 combos of aces available. You're losing to those. There's 3 queens available. You're losing to those. Does he have tens? Because if he has tens, that's now 12 combos you beat to 9 that you don't.
He really just wants to see your orange chip in his stack.
And then we're also forgetting the possibility, or we're ignoring the possibility to say like an ace-queen type hands, or an ace-king type of a hands. We're just talking about pairs here. So it really depends on what range you give him. Aaron with the only club on this 9-3-2 flop that no one's hit. Optimize going to bet it here. $75 from Optimize. Aaron will call with that club draw, and he will get there right away. Jack high clubs for Aaron. Checks to Optimize. Optimize turns a gut shot here. It's not a very good one with 4 clubs already there. Optimizer is trying to say, hey, what, you know those black club-shaped cards? I have at least one of those. And then make it 150. Aaron, who actually has one of those, is going to call. And now everyone has a flush. But Aaron's is better. We go check, check.
Oh, man.
Aaron's flush is better. And Aaron wins the pot.
It is what it is.
Now, like I said when the all-in first happens on that turn, if I'm in Aaron's seat, I'm probably just going to say, please don't have queens, and I'm going to flick a call chip in there. And then I get shown aces probably. But you know what? If you haven't made an awful fold on stream, you haven't played on stream enough. I've done it too. I've made some really bad folds on stream. I've also made some terrible calls. I've made some terrible bluffs. Like, it happens. Just the nature of the beast. Aaron gonna squeeze from the third blind. He's got king, queen of diamonds. 200, a little bit big. But probably feels like that's the price you gotta pay. Or that's the price you gotta offer if you want to actually get folds in this game. As we do in fact get 2 folds.
Sounds like it was a good fold. Huh?
I'm adding $1,000.
In purples.
See if Streamlabs wants to give me anything here. No, I did not get anything from Streamlabs. I'm on a Streamlabs downswing.
No, it's more like
Bummer.
15 or 20 lemonade. 40.
Knew Thursday was too good to be true.
40? Yeah, just 10.
Sevens for Rick, gonna make it 40.
This inflationary environment.
Iceman gonna defend that third point. Jack 9. He'll flop himself a 9. Both players with the diamond draw. We go check, check. That bottom card, the 3 pairs. Iceman going for some thin value here. 30 bucks. Gets the call from Rick with the pair and a diamond draw. Nobody wanted to see that queen of clubs on the river. Check, check. Not going to be big enough to get the job done. Nice little pot for Iceman. I will step away for just a moment. I'll be right back. Keep it right here, though. We're going to keep playing poker.
Way good, man. Lotto's trappy. Ward sub for you. Basically. Yeah.
Oh man, it looks like I missed a good one. Rick with aces. Big gave him some action, and then looks like Big gave him a bunch more action on the flop before the worst run out ever showed up there. Top pair versus over pair. That could have shaped up to be something good. Didn't quite work out that way.
Oh, check down. There was no. Honestly, I might call like 200 there just because I don't know. It's such a weird hand. Yeah. It's a weird ass hand, man.
As we Get ourselves a heads-up flop here. Kevin versus Optimize. Swing and a miss for both. Optimize's ace high is still the best.
Joe, we're gonna need a game card.
60 from Kevin. Let's get the folds. Russian getting the job done. Queen 7 offsuit for Rick. It's like the middle hands. If we talk about hand ranges, that's like 50% right there. Mike defending with the suited ace, but getting outflopped by Rick, who does find himself a queen. And Rick takes the pot down with his C-bet there. So we see Aaron, Rick, and Iceman, all big winners. No middle ground tonight. Nobody even-ish. At least not yet. You win or you lose here. With that buzzer beat or bad beat jackpot, there's a chance you could both lose and win at the same time. TexasCardHouse.com for all the details there. I believe today is quad tens or better beaten by straight flush or better. If I'm not mistaken, don't hold me to that.
I'm just playing.
Buy yourself a Coke.
User anonymous. Hi there. I'm William Mulati, the New York Net. You seem to have name dropped Nicholas Latifi, one of the worst Formula One drivers in a long time. Former Formula One driver, thankfully. Recently replaced by the American Logan Sargent. Kevin defended the open with the Queen 7, and both players miss. Ace Queen is ahead for Big. Big with the nut no pair, making it $50 and getting the fold. Okay, apparently there's a Latifi who's a Swedish-Albanian MMA fighter. Did not know that. The more you know. Well, hopefully this Latifi is better at MMA than Nicholas Latifi was at driving a race car.
But if it was like, I'm going with Carolyn, this other lady.
That driver's Canadian, by the way. I don't know the first thing about MMA, except that it's in an octagon. I guess they wrestle each other, kind of. Except it's real. Three ways here. Rick getting tricky, just flattening the ace queen. And Iceman flopping top pair with his king jack. Aaron middle pair. Gutter. Over to Iceman, who makes it 60 with his top pair.
Right now you can. Yeah.
Rick's got overs and back doors. And that is persuading him to continue here, as will Aaron. Three ways to the turn. 7 of spades, 2 pair for Aaron. Queen high spade draw for Rick now. Checks back to Iceman. Does not like the third spade, does not like the straightener. He checks it. 4 of diamonds on the ends. Aaron's 8s and 7s will be best. And Rick gonna try and stab at this. Rick going pretty big here, it looks like. No, just 170. I guess those were stacks of 3 greens, not 4. Aaron gonna fold the 2 pair. This is a 4-liner. So that'll be the second time Rick gets one past Aaron in the last half hour or so. As we go to a bomb pot. Rick gonna sit out the bottom pot. He's on the button. Like, I'll never sit out a bottom pot, but if I was, it definitely wouldn't be on my button. Pretty nice to have position. Dramatic pause. I think we're getting hand scans here. Jesse waiting for the screen to tell him that we're good. Queen Jack 10 rainbow on the top. Queen Jack deuce on the bottom. Maybe some scoop ability here. Both rainbow flops. There's the deuce for Kevin.
Maybe a relation there,
Aaron with the non-nut straight on the top. Iceman,
That's how I do it.
nut straight on the top, and Jack and a draw on the bottom. Mike B, ace, king, 10, 8.
The only hand that I thought is the one that I lost.
Yeah, you have the longest tank of the night. So you can't
Gives him the nuts and the wrap.
Yeah, what, 45 seconds?
3-5. Neither player with
And it
a
was
club
incorrect,
draw.
so I just need to go back to not tanking.
That is another gut shot for Iceman on the bottom.
Oh, I wanted to jam flop.
Mike B
Can't make mistakes when
and
you're all in.
Iceman right now will chop the top board.
soul read or something.
160.
I guess. I don't know.
You always fold.
Mike B potting it to the tune of 160. Iceman calling.
Rick doesn't show much aggression.
Iceman ahead on the bottom at the moment. See these rivers.
And if I didn't 4-bet jacks, I guess we'll say this.
Deuce on the top and ace of clubs on the bottom. Clubs come in that nobody has. Mike B gonna get 3/4 as he calls Iceman's pot size bet. Both players with Broadway on top. Mike B with king 10 on the bottom for a straight that will be good enough. Not the nuts with clubs coming in, but 3/4 for Mike B. And that's the thing about straights. They're a great way to get you quartered. Someone else can have the same straight as you. Same deal with trips.
Did you take a beat like that in the last stream?
And sets and flushes won't get you quartered. Trips will,
It all works
straights
out.
will.
Out there.
One of those things to realize as you're playing these bomb pots here.
The good old one too, yeah. Where you get
Ooh,
unstuck for your
Frank
4K,
bubbling the Streamlabs roll.
Well, you could. It's just gonna. You're gonna be there.
Yeah, it'll take time. Well, they even say that off stream. No, they're getting.
As we're getting to Power Hour here. Last hour of the show. See if we spice it up. Aaron with the Kings again. Chance for redemption. Rebetting to 150 over Mike B's open. And just taking it down with no additional drama. There's $47 worth of redemption heading Aaron's way.
You get reprimanded if you see it, Phil.
Yes.
That's why Optimize pays me to do it.
I am every time, but he's still half the time.
Reen, a sick break that you had 200,000 points to punt off.
You need change?
That'd be great. Yeah. Can you give me green?
No, I mean, a lot of you longtime viewers have tons of points, especially from back in the day when this thing was super juiced up with the payouts.
Push it right into the pot.
10, 10 what? 10, 10 ace.
Seat one gets 500.
Optimized with a gutter.
Yes. Thank you.
Runs good.
Don't mind if I don't.
C-Bet getting it done for big. So we get another look at these earnings.
You did? Strippity strip?
And being such a nit, I've never had 200,000 points. I bet him 10 points at a time.
You'll be asleep. I swear I'll be there.
And if you can drag me into the casino pits, I'm just as much fun there. I'll be sitting there betting the minimum the entire time.
Pack your bags, kids. We're headed out. I'm not coming back.
Limps pot 3 ways. King 7-7 rainbow. Nobody's got nothing here. Optimizes Jack 5 that got the free look. Gonna sprinkle the 15 in there. Rick's 8-6 offsuit has a backdoor straight draw, which
You don't ruin your night out.
just went away on this ace of clubs turn. Optimize checking now. Rick's gonna pounce and optimize. I don't know if he's gonna call with Jack high here. No, he's raised to $50. Yeah, I'm going to let you bluff, and then I'm going to rebluff you, but my bluff is actually value bluff, and now I win the pot. And he shows it. He shows the value bluff. Good for the game.
Yeah, you got lucky. Nice shot.
Now, where Rick went wrong, he should have re-bluffed. Then Optimize could have re-bluffed. It's bluffs all the way down.
Oh my god.
You got him to fold? That's crazy. You were milking him.
I can get you up to keys, maybe.
Ace 9 suited for Rick. Gonna limp here. Folds all the way to the straddle, who's gonna take his free look with the dominated ace and trouble here. Ace 7 deuce. Check, check. 7's gonna pair. A lot of chop outs now for Mike, who is currently dominated by Rick. How about the $20 out there? Mike going nowhere. Mike gonna need a 5 or a big card. gets none of the above. The 9's going to play for Rick. He's going to bet $25. I imagine he's getting called here. Can't fold an ace. He's going to get min-clicked, and he's going to get snapped. 9 plays, so another one for Rick. Yeah, I get obviously worked out. Like, I prefer the raise here, but we've seen a lot of that tonight. The thing is, when you raise, you give everyone else the chance to fold, including the player who otherwise wouldn't have to put any more money in to see a flop. It's pretty good if everyone folds. And if they don't fold, you can often rep the stronger range on the flop because, oh, hey, I raised. I could have all the big pairs. Speak of the devil. Optimize with the black kings, making it 40. Mike B with ace queen of clubs is going to go for the 3-bet. 125. Rick with suited Broadway cards. He's not going to fold suited Broadway cards. He's going to cold call the 125 over to Optimize, who still has kings, which is still a really good hand. Would prefer not to be out of position, I imagine. 4-bet incoming, I think. 4 bets of 400. Now, what do you do if you're Mike B? Ace-queen suited, such a strong hand. Would feel pretty gross to let it go. Yeah, he flats here. You would really hate to put the 5 in and then get action, in which case you're probably well behind. Rick, only $275 more into a pot that's going to be $1,200, but he knows how screwed he is. He will let go of the queen 10 of diamonds, and we go heads up to a flop. 974, something, you're screwed with the diamonds. Optimize still ahead. No diamond draw that made it to the flop. This is why we raise. Check, check. Deuce of spades on the turn. Optimize, I wonder if he was perhaps slightly concerned that aces went for a trap there. Is going to bet the turn. Makes it 350, doesn't go all that big. And gets the quick fold. Imagine if Rick somehow did decide to see that flop. Like, there's a reasonable chance that we would just be talking about a $7,000 pot right now. And they probably would have run twice and chopped, but that's another universe. Big going for the limp with his baby suited connector. Rick throws in 10 more dollars. Aaron says, let's go. And King 10-4 is not going to help anybody. Another 10, and it's a spade. We have 2 players with a spade in their hands. Rick taking it down with a bet. Yeah, Lancer, I think if Rick saw that flop, like, it wouldn't surprise me if he would have just bombed the flop and then put the black kings in a gross spot. And we were like, okay, please don't have 9s. Like, Rick would be sitting there feeling like he has too many outs, like he's got diamonds and he might have pair outs against, like, ace-king. Yeah, I don't know of any training sites that are talking about Wimp's pots, wimping under the gun. As far as I know, most of the training sites are currently engaged in heads-up brawls of some kinds with one or another.
He's a regular.
But we'll defer that. Rick has the ace-king suited, and he has chosen to flat just the $35 flat there from the small blinds. Surprisingly passive there. This is definitely a hand I could be raising. And Kevin going to pop it up to 150 with the king jack. Rick's still not raising, going to just take this flop out of position. Two opportunities go by here where he could have been more aggressive. Queen 5-5, they both miss. Rick has the better hands. Rick going to check it to Kevin. Goes to that small C bet, makes it $100. Rick is capable of calling with ace high, which is what he just did, and now he's turned to heart draw. And now he's looking like he's going to lead here. This turn's better for me. Which for this exact hand it is. Makes it 185. And that will get it done. Rick, Aaron, and Iceman are big winners. Rick now the biggest winner. But yeah, I think most of the training sites at this point, like they've declared heads-up battles against each other, or the owners have called each other names. Like with the possibility of like one or two exceptions, there's probably like one site out there that hasn't.
That's all.
There'll be more. That's a good.
That's a good like.
55 from big is going to get called in two spots. Rick and Aaron
Honey, I wasn't cheating.
going to try and outflop Big's king 7. We go three ways here. King in the window. Two queens behind it, though. Rick has outflopped everyone here. Trip queens. Aaron with the open ender. Big continuing for 75. He has top pair. And everyone calls the 75. And the 3 of hearts. Aaron now adding a jack-high heart draw to his holdings. No one else with a heart. Rick being at 125 with his trips. Aaron calls. King 7 gets out of there. How about 9 of hearts? Aaron gets there both ways. A little bit too obviously, though. There's 4 hearts now. He's got the flush. He also has the straight. He'll now put out the 250 river lead here. Hoping to get called by a queen. 9 of diamonds would have had an easier time getting paid. Rick, gonna be stubborn, gonna call. This time it's Aaron getting the better of Rick. His rivered flush, his rivered straight that he didn't need. Gonna get some of that bluff money back.
I do like Bluff.
RS Actuary, you wish you were a minute early, don't you? And we are on to another bomb pot, as we're doing roughly every half hour here. TCH Live Bar 2510. Noam and Holton from here in Austin.
Especially when two people call, I can't be both. One is a queen, someone on a
Yeah, take the last 20 minutes and try and figure out optimal strategies. There's optimal strategies, and then there's Texas optimal strategies. We'll talk about that in a bit. Get these flops out here. A couple of pairs for Aaron. Iceman. A couple of pairs of his own. It just lets it go. Nobody with anything massive as we check through. A 9 and a pairing 4 on the turn. Nobody's got a 4. Oh, Mike has a 4. Yeah, trip 4s for Mike. He's got the only trips. And then on the top, he's got the king high clubs. But it is optimized to his turn to straight, and he has potted it. Only Mike calls. Ace and a 9 on the rivers. They will chop it if it gets the showdown. Optimize with the straight, and Mike with the 4s with the king. They go check, check.
That's the same as Kevin. You just called a set on the turn. I don't know about you.
Chop a small one there. Are you suggesting that Optimize should have put some money in there on that bomb pot? I guess he had the nut straight on one board, but he had one board and he had a straight. Like we discussed, straights are a great way to get quartered, and when you don't really have anything on the bottom, like you're drawing at half the pot, you're really just trying to get a mediocre hand on the bottom to fold, which may or may not have happened. But you're risking a lot of money to win not a lot of money. And if he sticks it back in your face, yeah, that's not great. And here's the thing about straights. Somebody can have the same straight, right? As we see Iceman 3-betting over Optimize. Optimize what the better jack does call. King Jack versus Queen Jack, and a jack on the flop. Jack 10-10. Optimize still has the better jack. Iceman, our 3-better, is going to continue small for $80. 2 spades on the board. Nobody has a spade. Optimize certainly can't fold top pair yet. To the turn we go heads up. And there's the queen. Iceman turning queens and jacks. Optimize with the open ender. Iceman now checking. Optimize checking back. 9 on the river. The suck, re-suck, re-re-suck. Optimize with the straight to the king. No flushes get there. Optimize going to go value hunting here. $125. About a quarter pot. Iceman sitting here with 3 pair. Goes for the check raise. 675. He blasts it. The straight just shriveled up here. The fun thing about 3 pair is you do block the boats. You block Queen 10, you block Jack 10, you block Queens, you block Jacks. So you block a lot of the nuts here. Also, how often is Iceman, how often rather is Optimize checking back a boat on the turn? Feel like it's not happening that often. The question is, will Optimize fold a king? Iceman hasn't really been all that insane tonight. In fact, he's probably been the least insane player tonight. What do you do here? He does fold, which I suspect was his plan. This is probably a bet fold. Iceman gonna show a jack.
Yeah, 2 of those.
Well, there's only one more of those that's not accounted for there.
Jack of hearts or spades? I think it's hearts.
It's red.
Pretty big bluff, so yeah,
Iceman taking a nice one with the aggression. Yeah, Arena, sometimes you just got to take a break there. $35 from Mike B with the suited ace wheel cards. Takes it down. How do you like these new chips? We've had these in Austin for about a week now. The 500 chips are purpler, is that a word? Than the old ones. Hundreds are still black. Greens are 25, reds are 5, whites are 1. And the 1K chips I think are like orangish. I have not seen one in the flesh yet. I think that's what Optimize has in front of his stack. He does have a 1K chip in front of his stack. Yeah, I'm getting confirmation that orangish chip in front of Optimize's stack is one of our new 1Ks.
You can't tell.
You see it right there.
This is how he's going to get
35
fucked up
from
tonight.
Iceman, the call from Big with the A7 offsuit.
What happened to the
I'm going to play that small blind versus button. 3-bet probably works out better for you. See what happens though. Heads up.
And you would think he's saving money on food, but
King
actually
10-5.
spending it all on fucking juicing.
Gutter for Iceman. Backdoors for Big. Slightly better hand at the moment. But Big has to check fold it.
That doesn't look like juice, my friend.
If he 3-bets, that probably goes the other way if it even gets to the flop.
Get a hat. Yeah, get one of the hats. Yeah.
Did you have King Jack?
Yeah. Gone are the days of the quacks that we used to have. You might remember from the early shows. Like the 1Ks here in Austin used to be these rectangular plaques, which they felt heavy. Like it felt like $1,000.
Kevin's so good.
Four folds. 5 raise 3.
I wanted to get you off a chop.
30 from Aaron. 6-4 of hearts. Iceman, Jack 9 of clubs, going for the 3-bet. Optimize. Flatting with his ace wheel.
I don't know.
Okay. Ace 10 9. So that's going to be top pair for Optimize, bottom pair for Iceman. 100 from Iceman is going to get called from Optimize.
I will say he's gotten massive pocket drinking juice.
Heads up to the turn. 3 of spades. Nobody with a spade here.
Pretty good at scoring.
8 of diamonds.
I didn't go that far. You sit next to him more than I do, so maybe an observation for yourself.
Check from Optimize. Check back, and Optimize taking it down with his pair of aces. I sounded distracted during my hands. I don't know how much the microphone picked up, but KJ came through, and it sounds like there might be some hijinks in our future. So keep it right here, TCH Live. We're into Power Hour, and it sounds like we could have hijinks.
I mean, if it was you, snap. Really? Captain Bluff. Yeah. 2,000 the other night.
How do you do that? Is
A little hijinks now. We've got the straddle put on here from Aaron. 2, 5, 10, 20.
Welcome to the party.
8-6 for Optimize. Who,
You did say Jesse.
I imagine it's going to be opening. I think he was just maybe admonished slightly to put the purples on top of the blacks, not the other way around. 65. He's going to run into queens for Rick. Does put in a 3-bet. Looks like 165. Put a 1 on that. Optimize says, okay. Heads up to a flop. 8 in the window. And a queen right behind it. Top set for Rick.
That's right, we're still on stream.
Middle pair for Optimize.
God damn.
Rick checking it over with just top set. Just top set. Or the hands where he's going to have a hard time getting paid by anything. Optimize is going to bite here. 175. Rick in the look. All right. I guess. I guess I'll call one time. Heads up to the turn. Deuce of diamonds. We're checking over. Going to give Optimize a chance to fire again. He won't do it though. Checks back. 9 of diamonds river. Safe run out for Rick. He'll make it 300. Optimize left with just third pair. Bad kicker. kind of gross or optimized. He does beat the club draws. And Rick is showing some aggression here. Optimize does correctly let it go. And the show.
You couldn't beat 3 of them, so.
Well, you said trip queens. That was going to be really hard to have. Set of queens. That was possible.
Kings for big. Going with a big sizing, $55 here. 20 is on, I think. No, it's not actually. Rick with the 10-8. Gonna flop himself a pair. All diamonds, nobody with the diamonds, and big does not want to see an ace. $55 from Rick is going to just get the kings to fold. Rick is really good tonight at getting kings to incorrectly fold. It is uncanny. I wish I had that power.
So you're supposed to learn different types of juices, or can it just be the same? Or?
I can do whatever I want. There's a certain one.
But you know the bets don't get any smaller on later streets. That's the thing.
They call it the lemon ginger.
Let's say I call now. What's going to happen on the turn? What's going to happen on the river? Hand's not over.
Wow, this is just a bunch of regs here tonight, isn't it? Man, I couldn't have picked a more regular table. Could have crafted it from scratch.
Doesn't seem like half these people ever.
This table? You?
I have.
You haven't seen half the people at this table? Who have you not seen?
We've gone back into limp mode here.
I've played with you, Masked Man. Plenty of times.
3 ways here in this limp spot. Queen 8-8. Aaron flopping a
I
boat.
don't play a TCH, but I play a showdown.
Yeah, you played once, so you're
Gutter for Rick.
I mean, I've played it before, just not recently.
we're easy lays here.
I have literally probably
We
played
check
with
through.
about 20 times.
Turning king of diamonds.
I would say
Aaron with a hammer lock on his hands.
1-3, 1-2.
Gonna check call the
I've seen you at the
20 from Rick.
Probably what it is.
You didn't play 150.
He was at a 1-2
6 of
table
diamonds
at
on the
1-3.
end. Draws miss.
I don't know.
Aaron checking one more time. Gets a $60 bet out of Rick.
My bread and butter.
See how big the raise is.
I sat at
250.
and then I didn't play one hand. I sat down and I unracked and
Rick has nothing.
I'm going home.
So
It's like I can't do it.
don't expect Aaron to get paid here.
1-2 is fun if you have stats.
Nor
It's like, if
will we
everyone
see a
stats
punty
is
bluff.
so
So
fucking
he's going to let that go.
Well, it's just not making any money.
Aaron going to take another one.
I'll give it to you this time.
And it looks like we got a player joining us in seat 9. Shuai? I don't know how to say his name. Apologies if I mangle your name, seat 9. I'm going to do my best here. Glad to have you all still here. Be sure, hit like, hit subscribe
And an associate's.
before we
Killing it.
wrap things up. If you're watching this in our archives, TCH Live on YouTube, still not too late to hit that like button. Queen 6-3, both players flopping draws here. Mike's got the open ender, big with the hearts. Mike putting out the 25. Big gonna go for the raise.
You have to drink it all in one go, or what? You can't like phase them out.
You can. But it makes the bathroom shifts much easier if it's all at once.
$75 for big. How about a deuce of hearts for Max Chaos? Wow, I spoke it into existence, the deuce of hearts. And they both get there. Mike, unfortunately, drawing dead. I swear I didn't know.
How much sugar is in all this?
75 for Mike, who's just turned to straight. Unfortunately for him, Big has just turned to flush, and he bumps it up to $200.
You gotta go to the bathroom, you're going for 7 minutes, and you just don't piss.
Big being out of position, probably felt they need to raise to have a chance to get the remaining 500 in. As we go to the river, which is a 5 of spades. Big gonna move all in. Mike gonna flick it in, gonna get the bad news. Big is gonna double up here. That is the chaos card. Like, I have an uncanny talent for calling for chaos cards. Like, I even do it live. Like in Tulsa, like there was a big all-in, and I call for the board pairing flush card that gets both players there, and it shows up on the turn. Like a guy has a set of kings. He says, "Okay, no more diamonds." I said, "How about a king of diamonds?" He had there was a paired board. And no, he didn't have a set of kings. There was a paired board, and there's 2 diamonds. He gets in with a diamond draw, and he says, I have no more diamonds. I say, what about king of diamonds? Boom, king of diamonds. Flush versus boat.
And you're going to end the marriage in so many different ways tonight.
Dude, it's me, bro. Sorry if I'm screaming. But hey, I basically just hit a 1-outer from the booth. It was between that or the 7 of hearts, and I went deuce of hearts, and I was right. And now we have jacks for Mike.
Seat open.
I actually honestly think that's probably the reason why
35 gets called from big with the 8-5 of clubs. Shuai going for the 3-bet up to 150 with the 9s. Can certainly respect that. He's going to get punished here. It's going to be a 4-bet. This is the one downside of squeezing with the pair. You have the price where you could have just set mines. Instead, you're now going to face a 4-bet up to $400.
Apparently he doesn't make me tonight.
And you could easily be drawing to 2 outs here. Shuai going to call here. Heads up to the flop. 800 in the middle already. Queen 9-4 is set for Shuai. Everyone's hitting sets tonight. It's incredible. And the queen isn't over to the jacks, but it's not the scary one.
It's a 2-5-10.
The jacks are going to continue. 225. Now, as you flat or raise with the set here, there are some kind of gross turns here. In a 4-bet pot, not so much. Like, you're more worried about the spade. He's going to just flat. And wow, the jack of spades. set over set on the turn. Mike B pulling ahead. Shuai drawing to 1 out, which does appear to be accounted for. Shuai checking again to Mike. $400 from Mike. Stack to pot getting pretty low now. The good news is you have a set. The bad news is you have 3 spades on the board now, and you're in a 4-bet pot.
Yeah, 3 blind.
Ace king of spades is one specific hand, but it's possible. Queens and jacks are both possibilities as well. So yeah, good news is set. Bad news is all in and call, which is the last thing that you want. You don't want to get snap called. Shuai's looking for a 9 that does not exist. And there's another spade that nobody has. Set over set, that'll be Yeti Cooler of the Night candidate for sure. Mike is going to get the double through Shuai. Disgusting spot. It was always going to go this way once we get to the flop. Even if we don't get the 4-bet, we probably ends up this way. Yeah, let's go to the chat, though. Jedi Master Ted, no one's saying I can see a future. Here's the thing. Yes, I was honestly shocked. And here's the thing. So people on the internet recently have been spreading conspiracy theories about live streams. And one person in particular has been spreading conspiracy theories about Texas Poker. We are a live stream in Texas, so you do that math. Trying to get ahead of any conspiracy theories here. Yeah.
Yeah, what the kids are up for? Like they're staying up late tonight so they can send you
So,
intel? You get the kids staying up late tonight so they can text you intel?
Mike is almost into the green here after collecting the stubble up.
Daddy, why didn't you call?
I'm glad I woke a couple of people up with that call on the Deuce of Hearts there. So some people complain about sports announcers who start to yell at certain moments. But it can also be useful in that, like, wait a second, this is the part you can care about now. Think about soccer, right? I mean, like how many minutes of the 90 minutes, how many do you actually care about?
Yeah, buy it in this.
This is the way that the stream works.
Do you have a player joining us in seat 8? We'll get the name and the chip count in a moment here. As we draw closer to the end. Yeah, this, as Ted points out, this is actually the first stream that has the RF Poker tech where not even production can see the whole cards. So, yeah, it's like the one way I could get spoiled as a commentator is if somebody out there ran back this way and started yelling through the door what happened. Because, I mean, the hands, they got shown, right? The hands got all in, so they got shown. And I'm watching these 15 minutes later. So there's like 15 minutes where somebody could try and spoil me. And if you're watching this, please don't do that. And besides, if you start yelling into a door, people are going to look at you like you're crazy. And then the 4 shows up and says, why are you yelling? It's a whole thing. We don't need to have that.
Yeah. Well, I think they acknowledge that it's like Brian and him have both made a lot of money off their symbiotic relationship, if you want to call it that.
Seated will be sitting out since he's between the small blinds and the button. Easiest way to work it on the live stream, just have him sit out of hands like it were a tournament. In a cash game, you could normally buy the button by posting both blinds. As we go 3 ways to a flop here. Jack, Jack, 8. We'll keep the 3s out ahead here. Not that far ahead, though. Some possibilities to make 3 pair. Optimized betting 65 with his ace-10. 7-6 goes away, as do the pocket 3s. Optimized taking this one.
Richard, what would you like your name for the stream to be? Your name on the stream?
G-Dog, maybe?
G-Dog. Your name, bro. What would you like it to say?
G-Unit. G-Dog. How about G-Dog?
Richard.
Big dick.
Some discussion about what name he's going to use on the stream. Please keep it polite and non-political, whatever it's going to be.
Bump up, $10.
Mr. Nobody.
Looks like we're heading for a bomb pot.
Hey, dude. Tiger Woods.
Keep your cards.
6-4 deuce rainbow. Jack 8-5 all spades. Optimize. 2 pair on the bottom. Top set for Kevin. Gonna need to find some spades. Big with the nut spades. Richard with top set on the top. 9866 is gonna make it 75. Very one-way holding. Rick's got nothing. He folds. Kevin gonna call. Iceman with a very unfortunate top 2 is gonna fold. Gonna dodge it here. 3 ways to the turns. Queen of diamonds and an ace of clubs will not help anybody here. The flush still ahead. The set of 6 is still ahead. 150 from Big. Gets the call from Richard. Kevin downgraded to second set. Nothing got there, though, is the good news. And he did pick up top pair on the top board. Not that you're really loving your possibilities there. 5-3's out there, but 2 of the 5s are accounted for. He will call. In a lot of trouble. He is going to need to pair something on the bottom to get anything here. Three of spades, 4 of clubs. Means that Big and Richard will chop it up if we get to showdown. Pretty straighty board for that pair, the set of 6s though for Richard. See if he can withstand the $400 bet from Big, who does have the nut spades on the bottom. Richard will call off his remaining $400. Set of jacks will correctly get out of the way. We're going to chop it up here. Big and Richard both picking up about 150 or so. Be sure to join us at least 5 days a week for TCH Live. Next show will be tomorrow from Dallas, the big game. And I think we've got a guest playing on Wednesday up in Dallas. We're taking a look there. I don't know what Thursday's show looks like yet. We've got the Dallas final table every Saturday. And I'm sure we'll be doing something out of Houston. The newly started live stream, the new location down there. Can't wait to get out there myself. I haven't had the chance to quite yet. Ace Jack for Iceman making it 35. The defense from Rick, as we've come to expect. How about a boat for Rick? 665. This game's easy when you flop the nuts. 25 from Iceman. Rick's okay. High call. Four of diamonds will probably keep Iceman out of trouble.
I was live on top too with the diamonds.
He checks back. Queen of spades. Completes the flush that nobody has. Check, check. Rick will not get any further money for his flopped boat. Hit it a little bit too hard there.
Blake, how many smoothies did you order?
This is my fault. I should have called for the ace of spades on the turn. And then Iceman has a pair and a draw.
How much sugar is in that shit?
And then the pot probably gets bigger. My fault.
Two of them were pretty sugar rich, and one of them was.
There is a limit as to how many one-outers I can call on the show, though.
He ordered probably DoorDash. Is that what you did? DoorDash?
DoorDash Juice Land.
From Juice Land.
Should have gotten more.
Their large is kind of on the light side.
How rich are you? Fucking $8 a large juice.
Yeah, but I mean, think about it this way: it's the only thing I'm eating, right? So that's like probably all of us spend on food today. I don't know.
Big limping the $20 straddle. Schwei with the sixes making it 80. Doesn't look like they'll be hitting the set. Kevin with king queen is going to just fold.
You ain't getting it from me.
Go to work.
Aaron defending straddle with
You can
king
go
nine
there tonight and
suited.
scope it out for us.
Big going one call route. We go three ways to a flop. Ace 10-4. Everyone misses.
I'm actually doing you a service because you want the card. It's good.
I guess gutter for
I'm trying
big.
to look for some extra income for you. For
Schwei the razor continuing for 90.
Don't think so.
Clears out Aaron.
Could happen if we continue this conversation.
See, Jesse's still holding the deck, so yeah, it is Big's action. He has called. Four of spades. The one spade drawer got out of there. Schwei gonna go for another barrel here, 255 it looks like. Lots ice here for Big here. Don't think call is a choice now. He is going to fold. If you want to really try to be a hero, the other option would have been to probably jam for the remaining 700. Instead, Schwei takes it down. And Ted, if I could call all of the one-outers, then that would get the conspiracy theory eyes on our show. Well, here's the question. Would more people watch this show if it were the subject of conspiracy theories? Like, that might be what we're missing here compared to some other people in the poker space. Like, we've pretty much kept our noses clean over here, which I like it that way. Like, I'm not somebody who thrives on being at the center of poker drama. Have a three-way flop here. Pair of fives for big. It'll be Rick firing out the 55 towers. And big. Gonna call it the pair. And big now with another 5. Gonna feel real good about these trips. Gonna feel even better that he's getting bet into. Big gonna raise up to 200 over the $80 from Rick. Rick gonna give it up. Note said I'm not watching anything from California. And I'm pretty sure what you just referenced doesn't even exist anymore, which is why I haven't modded it. I mean, you can't mention other streams here, but I don't think that one exists. So, you know.
So they just want to know who's sitting where. That's all. So like this is Iceman sitting next to me. He's a crime. He's a poker player by night, crime fighter from then after till dawn, I guess.
Yeah, I think crime fighting and poker players' hours conflict, unfortunately.
That's how he affords his gadgets.
King Jack of Diamonds, we know someone who loves that hand.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Aaron may can get 125 with that hand. And getting the job done with the King Jack of Diamonds.
I don't know, brave.
I had a king this time.
I had a king too.
Good pull, yeah.
No kicker. Did you have a king with any? Did you have a kicker with your king?
It was on the Broadway card. Didn't that count?
Oh yeah. Wow, you had some crush.
Drawing dead, pretty much. A coward.
So we see Aaron, Rick, and Iceman, the winners tonight. Richard with a small win in his brief time with us as well.
I just like raising. Yeah. I'm not too picky.
Heading down the stretch.
I just like playing big pots. I said that.
Probably another 15 minutes or so.
I've done it with... Well, if I get stuck in here, if you want to deal with me ever again.
He's clean suited for Mike. Makes it 35. Big and it defends. Queen 6-3, top pair for Mike. Open ender for Big. Big gonna lead here. So I think Richard would have had a club draw. I understand him folding though. 8-7 under the gun, not so great. Mike gonna raise it up, gonna charge any draws that are out there. 2 clubs on this board, Mike having diamonds. So top pair with a little backup. Big gonna pay to see a turn here. Deuce of diamonds. Big has turned the nuts. Mike drawing dead now. Mike checking back here. Ace on the river. Ace is up for Mike. So cost him some money here. 300 from Big. You could have even maybe gone a bit bigger. Big with the nuts. Mike turning aces up. Like either go a bit bigger or go smaller to try to induce a bluff. But it does appear he's induced a raise, $900. Big holding the nuts is going to move all in, and it's only about 600 on top. Disgusting for Mike. He has 2 pair. Not losing too much. He's losing to a set, and he's losing to 5-4. He's getting pretty good odds on his money here. 600 into a pot that's going to be 3,500. So it's really hard to find any folds here. But he does find the folds. Well done. Jesse gonna push a big one to Big.
Did you like the flop or the turn? Dick? Which one of those are your favorite?
It was a turn, whatever it was.
Turn? Huh?
I think he folded a set and he had 4-5.
I mean, yeah. Set versus 4-5 sounds pretty logical, but.
Aaron basically called it out. He got the 5-4 right. It wasn't a set, it was aces up.
He's saying he saw my hand.
4-5-3. I don't know.
I hope Aaron doesn't come for my job one day.
I think he's like me. The longer he takes, the more likely he is to make a mistake.
Yeah.
Like, he doesn't even need the whole cards, apparently.
This is 5 here. 10 here, please.
And number 99.
2, 5, 10.
2, 5, 10.
That's right, the 10 is on.
2 ace, 35.
Make that 35. Mike with the ace-10 of clubs.
2, 5, 10, or 5, 5, 10.
2, 5, 10. 7, 12. 8, 4.
Big with the 9-6 offsuit. Gonna take a flop. Heads up. Ace in the window, and another ace, and a 6.
7 check.
3 aces for Mike. Big with a 6, drawing dead.
7 call.
We'll call the $25 C-bet.
7 check.
King of spades on the turn.
2 bet 100.
Mike bumping it up to 100 now. Big calling once again. 8 of clubs on the ends. Big checks one more time.
You got me a couple times.
2 bet 225.
225 for Mike. See if Big is in a bluff catching mood. He is not.
Not on purpose. He's learning poker. I deserve it. I'm really curious. I kind of want to rewatch the chat on that one.
They have a
I don't know. Ah, shit.
You have to check.
Well, you gotta look at that. Then.
The live chat is available on the replay. You do have to give it a little bit of time after the show before YouTube makes it show up, but you can see the chat torch you if you want. Aces for Optimize. Too bad he didn't put the 20 on. He'll make it 40. Rick, not a believer in the 9 triz. Nor is Iceman. And Optimize's aces are good for the blinds, and that's it. Just the blinds.
You went standard? Yeah.
If he straddled, I bet somebody would have put some money in there.
Yeah, 35 versus 40 makes a big difference. Well, it was before he took it back.
Is it 2, 5, 10 or 5, 5, 10?
2, 5, 10.
Okay.
I'll get you change. We raised 65.
Rick playing the Jack 4 offsuit. Makes it 65. Mike has queens. Considerably better than Jack 4. He will put in a 3-bet, makes it 225. And Rick's going to have to say, just kidding. You mean we're not in LA? That's not a good hand.
Yeah, but it's gotta be a club and a heart. Club or
Aaron up almost 3K tonight. He's had himself a good night.
My God, there you go. There you go. Well done.
Even if Rick did get over on him a couple of times. But you know what? Rick's had a good night too. Over 2K. Iceman had a good night. I mean, we got a few 4-figure winners here. Jack's heading big sway. $40 open. Optimize with the queen 8 off is going to go for an unfortunate 3-bet. Makes it 160.
Whose photo is on the YouTube thing tonight? I voted.
Oh, it's mine tonight? The 2 players.
Big will make the call.
Oh, they already put it up?
Yeah, it's a preview.
We should vote on it.
Heads up to the flop. Ace 9 deuce. That's the card Big didn't want to see, that
The
ace.
viewers just double.
Especially in a 3-bet pot. Optimize has the betting lead. Jinx at 100. We'll see if Big can hang around here. He will not. Optimize's 3-bet will set him up to take the pot on the flop.
The picture just playing right now.
Hand number 103 here. Big in that power hour mood, 6-4. Why not make it 35 from the hijack? 6-4, not even suited. Rick with the 8s. Making it 80. Big gonna call. Either he's insane or we've had a misread, one or the other.
Not targeting.
7-7-6. Big with a pair, Rick with a bigger one. $100 from Rick. Big calls. I imagine he does have at least a 6. At 4, may have given him 3 pair.
Okay, if you take some
8s and
short
7s
box,
better
then
than
when he's short, he gets in trouble.
7s and 6s though.
I'll give it back later, but it's like an experience.
Oh, damn.
Checks over to big. Makes it 175. 2 flush draws available on this board. Rick also blocking the 8-5 that big probably doesn't have anyway. Rick making the call. Heads up to the river, over 700 in the middle here. Another 4 on the river. If big has 6-4, he has a boat. And check, check. He does in fact have 6-4. Wow, he did have 6-4. Forceful of 7s. Gonna win the pot. The bottom is the boats for sure.
Thank you. Live fun.
How much longer is the stream? How much longer is the stream?
Don't know that a bet could have gotten paid by worse.
So this one bump out or 2 and over?
One bomb.
Huh?
One holder, one bomb.
2, 5, 10, 20 this hand.
Six fold.
90.
Ace king for big.
8 fold. 9 fold.
Makes it 90.
2 fold.
Queens for Rick. 225. Big in position, gonna flat here. To the flop we go.
They're always here for you.
King 8-7. Big has outflopped Rick. Puts out the 100. Big immediately going for the raise on this 2-spade board. Big holding those spades, and Queen's gonna fold face up. And this will be a bomb pot. Are we finishing on the bomb pot? No? Okay. Yeah, we're going to finish with this bomb pot.
Bomb pot, Richard. Bomb pot. $10.
I think we've got everyone in here. $10 POL bomb pot. To wrap up the night, we have almost everybody.
Richard, you can't.
Looks like C3 is going to call it an early night. One hand's early.
That's the same rules in a normal game as well.
Hold the queens. Ah, I'm done with it. Don't even show me the bomb pot. In all fairness, he did sit out at least one earlier tonight. 9-9-8 rainbow. King 7-4 rainbow. Who's got what now? Aaron has something that he's betting. It's either 50 or 75. How about top boat for Aaron on the top? And some outs on the bottom. 75. Ooh, bottom boat for Richard.
Set up live stream.
Mike B with trips, ends at 4. 5 and a king. Nobody with a king down on the bottom.
Are you going home? Oh, for real?
I bet it's 300.
See ya.
Kings and 8s for Richard right now on the bottom. The best hand, he calls Aaron's $300 bet. Heads up to the river. This will chop if they get to showdown, regardless of what happens here. An ace and a 3 of hearts. So nothing really scary here.
I have 9-8.
Showdown, please. C9 folded.
We check. Oh, no, Aaron pots it, and Richard calls off, so they will chop this one up. So they'll each take a few more hours as we wrap up the night here from Texas Card House, Austin. See if we get these stats one more time. Yeah, Aaron up almost 3K. Break Iceman a big all up 4 figures. Great night for all of them. Great game tonight. Hope you all enjoyed it in the chat. I sure enjoyed it. If you enjoyed it, be sure hit that like button, hit that subscribe if you haven't subscribed yet. Come on back here tomorrow night. So, time to sign off. On behalf of all the dealers here, KJ and Jesse dealing for us tonight, Mel pressing the buttons, Kristen putting together the lineups, and David making everything work. I'm William Waddy, the New York Knit, wishing you a wonderful night.